Okay, we had a couple little glitches here, technology. It is 12:50, July 27th. This is the Montecito Board of Architectural Review consent calendar, item C1. Adam, are you with us, please? Anywhere? Adam? Yes, no? Okay, so Claire, did you have a chance to review this, please?
It seems to know, yes, I did, and, what I came to is, it looks like a good project.
And I agree with that. There, one thing this gentleman put the city of Santa Barbara floor area ratio worksheet on, not the Montecito FAR worksheet. I did calculate it, comes out to 108, so it's fine. But
This is my, it was. That's thank you, it was. That's why it was so easy for me to go through it.
so I think we should recommend approval with them to change, swap out the FAR worksheet. The county council has asked us to ask whether or not there's anybody that would like to address the board because it is on for preliminary. Anybody? David, anybody to public comment on this, please? No? Okay, so item C2, Tom, are you here or somebody?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, very good. So Claire, did you have a chance to review this, please?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any comments, please?
No, I only had a question. There was a statement in the minutes that said identify fire retardant measures. This is interesting for me, but it's like, what are we requesting when you're saying that? I don't, I mean, that's not within our purview, so I don't know why it's even in the minutes.
I'm not sure, but, okay, so is that your only comment?
Yes, yeah, it says, for the statement is that there was no landscape plan, because there was no change in that. And, yeah.
Okay, and so my only comment, I think that it's a good project, but on sheet A 6.1, you have a note about color, but I'm wondering if you could alter that note to say stucco texture and color to match existing. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so if you could please get that done. And then again, we are on for preliminary and final. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on this item, please?
No request to speak.
Okay, very good. Drew, you're up. So item C3, this is 7. Thank you very much. On Tom's associate. Item number 3, 700 Riven Rock. Did you have a chance to look at that, Claire?
Oh, several times in the last week.
And, okay,
Been out there and I've measured and I've walked up and down and I've actually located where the fence really is now in my mind. And for the most part, other than conversations with the one thing that I've had about the lighting, I commented that I wrote in the document. One of the things, especially about the landscape, is that I actually go and do that. I really appreciate that, for the most part, the landscape designer or architect or she was used almost without pretty much all native plantings all along that, you know. Yeah, and then there was one other.
and are you okay with it then?
Yes, I am, other than what we talked about as far as the lighting.
Lighting, okay.
Yeah, I think there's too many pathways in this one.
Okay, so I believe it's the first page. There's 2 sets. I believe it's the first set. But it's PDF page 25, I believe. Yeah, go down. Yeah, it's 25 and 26. So I thought the project was good. I have one comment, which I don't know if I've shared with you before. I have some concern that that iron fence is going to become blazingly hot and kill the plants right next to it.
So most of that fence, if not all of it, will be shielded from direct sunlight by the vegetation. So where it's
If the
located-
vegetation survives that long.
right, well, even along Hot Springs Road, where a lot of the direct sunlight would be hitting the fence, we're setting it inside of the existing oak trees. And so a lot of that is already pretty well shaded. If you walk the
Do you
site.
think that's gonna be okay?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because that's one of the things that I did go out and measure the distance and the right of way. The pavement all the way back, and I went, oh, wait a second, I actually learned something here, so now the fence is quite way back and up. And then the planting that they're proposing, all of which they're saying is going to be really quite lovely coming down that bank. And
Okay.
actually, there's a picture somewhere in the presentation. that shows that.
So,
There, right there, right there.
right,
So
so,
that's where I walked up and down that several times, and that's where I can speak to the fact that the problem, because it's all shaded and very shaded.
so Drew, there is an aluminum product that has the look of Corten. I just want to suggest that you consider that because aluminum will not retain the heat.
So we've done, so hi, it's Roderick, the landscape architect over here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
We've done projects actually, and we could follow up with photographs where we've actually used that Corten steel for planters itself, like as a material. And has done pretty well. So from a landscape architect's side of things, I'm not as concerned about the heat, just as my perspective.
And
Okay, so
And I think that the Corten is much more appropriate than what you're proposing.
it looks identically the same.
Well, does it change color? Is it all
Okay.
ages and all of that?
Okay, so I don't want to,
Yeah.
make a federal case out of this. I think that you may be walking into trouble, given the fact that global warming is here and it's only going to get hotter. Yes, I know we have the coastal influence, et cetera. And I'm suggesting, okay, but the real issue to me is the lighting. And we seem to always have this with everybody. I don't know what to do about it, but I think that there are way too many tree lights even now. There were 33, I think. They're now 13 was my count. Claire, what do you think about that, please?
So I'd like to see the page. I'd like to see it on the screen.
It's right here,
That's it,
25, 26.
the one right now, right there. Okay.
Yeah,
Where are, which tree, I mean, can we expand that so we can actually see?
okay.
Because I thought that we had all of that up by the house.
There's unfortunately, okay, so as I remember, there is one right back here somewhere. And then Claire, that's the symbol right there.
Got it.
Yeah,
Got it right there.
you keep going down the driveway.
But
Keep
that-
going down the driveway. There's one there, there's one there.
But those look like they only have, oh, now that one has two.
Right there at the turnout. He said that.
Well,
From a design perspective, we actually agree. We want this to be very quietly lit. And a lot of the lights we're doing they're not even really for accent. They're really for just to guide people safely. They're really just, that's kind of where we ended up. so you can see even this pretty large area here doesn't have any lights in the bigger landscape. So, and I think, yeah, so that's just my 2 cents is for a property this big, this is pretty like a very minimal. I mean, I know it's a few lights, but it's pretty minimal for a property of this scale. But anyway, my take, my input.
That's from your point of view. See, we look from a different point of view.
Of
so-
course. Yeah, no, but I want to give you my point of view. Yeah,
And-
totally.
And one of the things that I had said to Mr. Watson earlier is that I think there's, besides the hanging lights in the fence, I think that we do not need to have both sides of the pathway lights. And I think there's too many pathway lights all the way along the road. And I think you could, kind of do every other side of the road rather.
Yeah. That, Drew, what's your reaction to that?
So I'm okay with that. They are low lights. They're 24-inch
Yeah.
path lights. It is a long driveway, so we want to make sure because there's really no other light anywhere on site. So, it gets very dark up there at night. And so for safety reasons, if you're walking up the driveway, if you're driving up, we want to make sure it's illuminated enough that we're not.
Yeah, and we went to a site visit this morning that was pretty similar like this, a big lot with a big winding driveway. And in fact, I checked out where the pathway lights were because I knew I was coming here to talk about pathway lights. So I got out, and what they had done is they had done on this side and this side, like that, and they were 10 feet apart. So that's what I was thinking here is that if you could take off every other one and do it side to side,
Stagger them.
that would reduce the amount of.
Yeah.
Cause
Yep.
it's kind of like, I mean, and for me, I understand it's a safety issue. It really is.
Yeah, because there's gonna be kids.
driveways and it's really dark at night, but
Right.
I don't think you need quite that many.
Right.
Okay, so, it's time for us to wrap this up, unfortunately. So what do you want to do? We can continue it for 2 weeks, which I prefer not to do. I was hoping it was going to get done today. And we can make it contingent upon further review of the planner in consultation with both of us. But my fear is we're going to go and have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 rounds until we get this low enough. Do you have an opinion? We need to get, do something. So Claire, do you have an idea what you want to do?
Well, for one thing, I don't see that these hanging lights that are along the edge of the driveway as you showed them, which are my understanding when we went through this whole lighting before was that the oaks were going to be lit, but only up in and around the house. Now they're all of those. So I don't think some of those hanging lights that are at the beginning or end of the driveway, I don't think they're going to need to be there, given that we've got all these pathway lights. And my recommendation for approval would be for the applicant to redo something as I recommended, every other back and forth.
And then come back,
Right?
and then come back.
Whatever, well, unless you're better about trying to figure how to move it forward.
I mean, this is at least 2 meetings we've talked about these lights, and I think 3. And it seems like, quite frankly, I don't see that you guys are interested in doing this. That's why I'm so frustrated about this.
We did remove over half of the lights from our last meeting.
Okay, so
I mean, just for information.
And what I think Mr. Watson and I are saying is that we need to remove more.
Yeah.
So, and the question is whether you come back in 2 weeks with a plan that says that, or whether we can move it forward, asking the planner to review the plan once she
in
receives the new
consultation
plan,
with us,
in consultation with us. So it's kind of
well, I can take it up. to
what we want to
Claire.
do here.
You want me to do that?
I mean, I know you and your office has done You know, I mean, Tiff and I talked about this morning, you know, and so I know you're doing everything there is that you can do, and then there's these other people who
Okay,
are
so
part of the plan.
I have two choices here. I can continue this project, or I can bring it up to the full board and then probably also continue it, but get the full board's comments. So, you know, as I said, we're spending a lot of time on this issue. We thought we were fairly clear about, but I guess not. So,
Well, John, why don't we try pushing it up to the board
okay, let's just do that.
and see what happens out of that? you
Okay,
know?
very good. Let's do that. I gotta
Okay.
get the meeting started. We're 5 minutes late.
Okay, so that's what we'll.
So stay with us. Okay, so it is now 1:05. Today is July 27th, 2023. This is the Montecito Board of Architectural Review full board meeting. Dave Medro is not going to be able to be with us, and we will find out about other members here in a little bit. So first item on the agenda, public comments. Anybody that'd like to address the board on an item not before the board today, please.
I have not received any requests. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, agenda status report.
We just have one change to today's agenda. The applicant for item number 7 has requested a continuance to the next available agenda, which would be August 24th.
Is there a motion to that effect, please?
I'll make the motion to move item 7 to the next available agenda.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye. Anybody
always-
opposed?
So it's actually being continued to the August 24th. That's what
Correct.
the agenda. is.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's already in place.
Okay, the minutes were not able to get completed. Can I have a motion for continuation?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Members informational briefing. Did anybody go anywhere, do anything, or have anything they want to report to the board, please?
The only thing that I can report is, well, there's a site visit and things, is that East Mountain Drive is now being fixed. Yeah, no, I'm so excited because it's been one lane and 2 days ago, the county got out of there and started digging bulldozers and building giant walls and stuff to the slide. And so now on East Mountain Drive, you can actually, will be when they're done, it'll be a 2-lane instead of a 1-lane.
And Elida wants to represent that she's leaving about 3:15 today. So will be down to 5 at that point.
So
So,
you're leaving at what time? Oh, God.
okay, staff update, David, anything, please?
I just have one quick reminder that this is going to be our last meeting in this room for quite a while, until mid-fall. So our next meeting will be at the Montecito Fire Protection District on San Ysidro Road. So,
Fire Station 1.
and so, I have an appointment next Tuesday to kind of do a dry run meeting. So I think that many of you probably have been in meetings in there before, but
What?
I'm just commenting that many of you may have already attended meetings in that space.
Oh, God, for years.
Yeah, so that's where we'll be next time. So don't come here.
Right.
I'll make it really obnoxiously apparent on the next agenda.
But you're still gonna be you're still gonna be running the meetings, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you're coming with us, in other words.
Yeah, I don't stay with the room.
Right, I know.
Okay, consent calendar, item C1, 180 Hermosillo Drive. It was a relatively small remodel. Claire and I reviewed it. And we would recommend approval with the applicant to provide the Montecito FAR calculation worksheet, not the city of Santa Barbara calculation worksheet on their cover. It's on for both preliminary and final, so I'd like to ask if there's anybody that would like to address the board on this item, C1 180 Hermosillo Drive, please.
No public, our applicant is here.
Is there anybody that I'll make a motion for both preliminary and final of this project with the comment about the worksheet.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion, please?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, item C2, this is Tom Oshner's project, 2350 Bella Vista Drive, where he added that small little, I think it was a bedroom wing. And we thought that it looked very good with the following comment that on sheet A 6.1, the note be changed to stucco texture and color to match existing. It's on for both preliminary and final. And to that end, I'd like to make a motion for both. I'd like to ask for public comment. Is there anybody who'd like to address the board on that, on this item, please?
No request to speak.
So I'd like to make a motion for both preliminary and final of item C2, 2350 Bella Vista Drive, with a comment about the exterior material. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, item C3, Tip, if you could step down. So this is 700 Riven Rock. We reviewed it. I felt that the entire project for final approval was good, except the amount of lighting, and we went back and forth for 5-7 minutes. And it was suggested that we bring this up to the full board. So here we are. I think the primary issue is about the lighting along the driveway. There are lights across from each other and tree lights along this driveway. The amount of lighting that was up around, this is about exterior lighting. The lighting that was up around the house, I believe was okay. Do you agree with that?
Yes, no, I had no problem.
So I
with
think
that.
it's just the driveway, and I, quite frankly, am frustrated because they didn't really get it done to the extent that I thought it would be. Last time it was 33 hanging lights. This time it's 13. I personally think it's too much. And then there are these lights. Can you go to the next page also, David? There are lights all the way down the driveway. Those circles with X's are the small pathway lights. And the lights. Yeah.
Yeah, right there along, yeah, that, right. there.
That light
all
right
of them,
there is a tree light. Okay, and there were 13 in there. There's 2 up here, and then there's one right next to it. So there's one right up next to it. So I've had my say so far. What do you guys want to do? Shall we ask them? Yeah, Claire thought every other light.
My recommendation was, as far as the pathway lights, was to stagger them, going, every other one. And not have them across from each other, but diagonally, across, and which takes away half of those pathway lights, but just, going back and forth up the driveway. And then my other comment was that I didn't see the necessity to have the hanging lights in the oaks this far down the property. From what my understanding early on was that the hanging lights in the oaks were proposed around the house, but they don't need to go down the driveway. Because we just don't need there. I
Yeah,
mean, this is just open space there. There's nothing that we're trying to do there. Other than just have hanging lights in the trees, and you've got pathway lights to take care of that. So
Maintain and preserve the semi-rural, low-intensity residential character of the community. That is the thing. So anybody else, please?
No, I agree with Claire. I think the path lights look like a lot. And it might even be less than, take more than half of them out just based on how close they're spaced. But I like the idea of staggering them up the road, and maybe the spacing is 20 feet, or I don't know what the spacing is now.
Robert?
What's the spacing on these lights? And then before I finish,
I'm sorry.
the tree lights as well, I would say maybe 5 or 6 of those would be allowed. Total, yeah. On the trees.
Robert, please.
I think the tree lights towards the bottom of the driveway, and I have to admit, I have a bit of a conflict having been the architect of the house to the west. But that access does cut across their property, and I don't think there should be tree lights on that shared, or not shared, but that easement. And I would agree with Bill and Claire on the other lights don't seem to be, the numbers seems too much.
Okay, and Elida, are you in on this piece?
I pretty much agree. I think the solution on the path lights, it's exactly what Claire is suggesting. Just go cross, and then you're gonna take out half of them, which.
And that means that
doing
means
it.
we end up taking
Yes.
half of those away,
Half or more.
yeah, or more,
So
but however it
that's-
works out. You know, the designers, how they figure it out,
So-
but
Drew, do you know where you're going with this? Please.
So we will remove at least half of the path lights along the driveway, and it sounds like we'll move proposed suspended tree lights anywhere within the easement.
And I think, from my point of view, and if others disagree, I think all the way up the driveway, around the house, yeah. You know, I think it's very beautiful there, but it just
yeah, it's like these ones right here along the driveway, and there's already.
move up a
pathways,
little bit.
yeah, right in here, where
So, you know, when you start getting up around the pool and that area, that's the house. But down even at the pull-out area, in from, that's my point of view.
The only other thing we should keep in mind though is safety. This is a long driveway and at night, if it's dark and visitors don't know this property, it should be a safe drive through here. I would,
well, and that's why I'm recommending half of that, you know, and staggering up and down, so that in fact it would be safe for anybody to come in.
it's a consideration.
Yeah,
Okay, so you're right, but do we need overhanging lights when you're looking down at your feet for what?
This is the driveway, right?
Right. So driving, you've got headlights. You don't need any lights, you got headlights. And when you're walking, you're not looking up, so. Okay, so Drew, you're okay here, you think you can? Okay, so I would like to move for item C3. To continue studying the lighting. The exterior lighting and return to the consent calendar at the next meeting. Is there a second, please?
you okay with that?
I mean, I prefer if we can resolve it with the planner, just because we're simply removing lights from the plan instead of, we're not redesigning anything necessarily. So if there's a way we can handle it.
Could the
Well,
planner
then,
submit
if
it to
there's a-
you two, just to do a quick review?
Because we could do this through the planner, which is you recommended earlier, John, is that, you know, is that-
I'd
is
be
that
willing to.
if they could come up with the plan,
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Um,
and then.
so
we could
Bill,
meet.
Bill is suggesting that we give it final with the planner to review in consultation with the chair and others of his appointment to finish this up, but give it final today. Robert, are you okay with that? Elida, are you okay?
Absolutely.
And Claire?
Yeah.
I'd like to move for final approval as submitted, except that the exterior lighting, the landscape lighting be reviewed and approved by the planner in consultation with the chair and others as he may deem necessary, not breaking the Brown Act, of course. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
And
Chair Watson, sorry, this is Nicole Liu. I'm subbing for the first hour for Kimberly.
okay,
What exactly did you guys want with the tree lights? The audio cut out.
they,
Well,
I've got the path lights down, but the tree lights.
Well, that's it, that's the minimum. Bill, what number did you have?
I was thinking, I mean, you said there are 13 of them. I was saying cut it down to 6.
I'm okay with that.
Yep, that's okay with
Okay,
that.
so you got it. 6, did you hear that, please?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Space.
Yeah, not all in one place.
And there was just one other comment that I wanted to make about this project because I been going back and forth all week about it, is that and I made a note to myself that I really appreciated the landscape plan that had been put forward, because most of the plants that are being recommended for this project are all native plants, or all drought tolerant native planting, especially around up and down hot springs. Yeah, so I mean, because I kept walking back and forth there looking for the fence and then noticed on the plan that all of that is native planting, which is really great because that means it's all very drought tolerant. You know, and so that particular planting I found very interesting.
May we move on? May we move on?
Yes, you can move on.
Very good.
anytime
Okay, standard agenda. Concept review, we had a site visit today, item number 12561 Sycamore Canyon Road. David? Okay, so, yeah, make sure the mic is turned on. Okay, let's try to keep it brief, but this is a big, important project, so let's not be too brief, if you know what I mean. And we're on for conceptual only. Oh, I am not good at this. Let me read the comments. Site visit required, which we did. Provide MBAR copy of historic report, which they did. Confirm floor area ratios, calculation, provide FAR worksheet. I did not double check that. If you could address that, please. Some MBAR members expressed concerns regarding the integration of the proposed addition with the existing structure. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm David Parker, architect. I'm here representing Surf Dog Ventures, owner of the property. That's the one. David, can you show me which? Is it the one that goes?
David, help, David.
Okay, here we go. So this is Google Earth, and just to locate things. So Sycamore Canyon Road is here. And so the property is essentially what would be kind of northeast of here. And you go down the lane, there's an arrival court, and then the house, which is it's kind of rambling. And I'll show you in the pictures. The house started out as a pool house with the tower, which is right there, and the pool that was a reservoir for water. And was built between 1910 and 1912 and designed by the architect Bertram Goodhue. There was a small pool house that was next to the tower, which was later engulfed in the building that is here, which was made 2 stories in the later 20th century.
Can you focus in on what it is you're proposing rather than
Yes.
going through the history again? Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, will do. So these are just photos of the site, and since you've been there, I won't dwell on those. This is the main floor plan. What is shown in gray here and here is where we're adding square footage on the main floor of the building. For orientation purposes, the arrival court is here. Then on the second floor of the house, where we're adding square footage is here, and then we're glassing in the pergola that is there. And this is a photo of the auto court as it looks today. The tower that you see here is by Goodhue. The wing, all of this was added in 2013. The second floor of the building was added in, I believe it was in 2003. And so this is the way it looks today. We're proposing to glass in the pergola that is here and to add on this end of the building. So it looks like this today. This is what it would look like after the proposed additions are added if they're approved. And you'll see that there's a pergola that wraps around this volume. This one we're glassing in, and this is a new addition. Then this is the garage that is on the lower level of the building. And this is the way it looks today. Everything that you're seeing in this photo was built after 2003, with the exception of the tower that you see off in the distance. The proposal is to add, I think it's about 7 or 8 foot wide addition right there, to add a walkway going across here, and then to add a basement under the terrace that is in that location. So it looks like this today. What we're proposing that view would look like this. So here you're seeing this new addition, which is an expansion essentially of the garage. You're seeing where those 3 arches are now, which were built in 2003. We're proposing actually to remove part of the one bay that's at this end, and then infilling the other 2. This is proposed as the kitchen, expansion of the kitchen, and we need a kitchen cabinet space, which is why we're making the windows smaller and eliminating the arches there. And then there would be a basement, a rec room that's sunken beneath the current courtyard. These are high windows that let some light in at the ceiling, and that's the back of the pizza oven. This is the floor plan of the lower level, and where you see the gray is where we're proposing the additions. So this is the subterranean basement underneath the courtyard, and then over at this end, this is the addition just beyond the garage that we're proposing to add. And then going to the back of the property, the gardens that are here are considered historic. They are historic. And what you're seeing in this view is the addition here that was added in 2013. And you can see the back of the pergola that we're proposing to glass in. The revisions that we're proposing would transform that to look like this. And so where you're seeing glass here is a new staircase, indoor staircase that we're proposing to connect to the upper and lower level. And then we're proposing this pergola over the outside terrace there. And there was a question last time about the basement under the courtyard. And so we prepared this and Mr. Watson, to address your question, we revisited at Olivia Beer's request the square footage and provided this to show that the basement is below grade. And so that's the terrace here, and then the basement below it there. This is the cross section through the house. That's the current basement level. You can see it's lower. And then this is the longitudinal section. And then that's it. These are the elevations with the before and the after. The before is above, the after is below. And this, which is from the north side, and you can see here, that's the new staircase enclosed that we're proposing. And then this is the west side of the house. You don't, well here actually, and of course you would not see this in reality because it's above the courtyard here, but this is the glassed in portion. This is the new stair. And then this is the essentially the south end of the residence, and the addition here you can see. And that's it.
Very good. Questions, Robert?
No questions.
Tip? Questions?
Yeah, can I see the elevation of the staircase, please? I'm not sure which one is that. Can you zoom into? Not, yeah, maybe go back one page, David.
On the
Yeah.
left-hand side, right?
I think the left-hand side. Can you zoom that in? Zoom in that elevation.
Can you do that?
The lower left. Yep. So I guess my question would be, are those, well, it's gone now. Oh, the other one, David, you had it previously. One more, next sheet up. Yep, that sheet, lower left, right there. So those windows, they are brand new from the left to the right.
This is now the open pergola.
Yeah, but
and
what about the windows behind it,
I'm sorry.
behind the pergola?
Yeah, this is the pergola, and then we're glassing in the pergola.
So I see glassing pergola.
Yeah, and we're putting a roof over, because there's no heated connection on the second floor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions, Elida, please.
Well, David, I was so dazzled by the landscaping. I hardly did my job when I was there, but and I'm sure the answer is no, but is any of your remodeling affecting any specimen trees, especially oaks? Are you having to make any changes to the landscaping?
No, there are no trees being removed. The hedge that is around
Right.
the courtyard will be, you know, saving to the extent that we can, but it will be put back at the same, exactly the same height. We're the only place, and I'll just back up. Let's see. Here we go.
The rose is on the wall right there.
Yeah, we're gonna move the roses out. And then the other is here. So the where we're putting the stair here, but there's no planting there now either. That's a little recessed court. So the answer is no, we're not.
And you talked just this time going through about a new pathway, and a pathway to where? I can't figure that out. You're saying you're putting a new pathway to, does that go around the house to the pool area? Is that where you say, or it's part of the house, it's not a garden path?
We're
I think you spoke to it a few minutes ago.
yeah, we're glassing in this pergola so that it's possible to go from there to there.
Oh,
That's the only
Got-
pathway that we're
gotcha.
proposing.
And then lastly, I'm sure that's all been considered, that was west facing side with all the glass. It's gonna be hot.
I've discussed that with the owners. They want it to look transparent.
No, I appreciate getting light in there. There's gonna be hot light.
I know.
Okay,
I've mentioned that.
okay. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Bill, please.
Were there any other elements of Bertram Goodhue original had iron? I know the grills on those openings, but was there any other railings that had iron that you can remember?
Not that I know of. The Goodhue worked on this in up till 1925, and then Lockwood DeForest essentially kind of entered the scene at that time.
You did those.
And there were various and so for example, if
Reason I ask is because I was just referencing, the railings that you've got on that garage deck there, are they going to try and match them with anything?
we
that's
were
original?
going to match what's there, which was put in 2003.
So not
Yeah.
really any.
Yeah,
history
and
with it,
yeah.
Yeah, and then is there a picture, David, of the kitchen area, that new additional kitchen, which is the area over the top of the garage, the original photograph? I'd like to look at that real quick, because
Yeah.
I think John was heading that way, and I was questioning too whether or not you had considered the idea of actually leaving the arches and filling those with glass, even if they were windowed and not floor to ceiling, because you've got counters and cabinets and things in front of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Did
we
you
just-
consider trying to keep the arches and
We discussed that. At length
and
with
was
the-
that,
the
does
owner.
that not work at
It-
all?
It
or-
didn't work with the cabinets inside and also
Mm-hmm.
because it's the kitchen. And there was also actually, the current owners actually didn't build that addition. It was built in 2003 and they
Yeah.
bought that in 2013.
Mhm.
And their feeling, and I don't necessarily disagree with them, is here. Oops.
And was that entry arch, was that added to at the time?
Their feeling was what?
Their feeling was that took away from the importance of the main entrance. This was a later addition, but they're not fans of the arches that were there on the 2003 edition.
Okay. And then last question is the detailing that you have. You can go to the illustration of the new garage porch extension there. The second drawing there, yeah. So two elements that I know you're trying to match the corbels as a cover over the garage doors there. But the element that's up over this new kitchen area there, is that picked up or captured from something? I mean, you have on the tower, you have little details like the tails coming out, but that's not what you're doing on this kitchen area. Is that a new feature that you're kind of introducing?
It is. We were trying to soften the austerity of the block
Mhm.
that's there. Mhm.
Okay, okay, that was all I have. The questions. Thank you.
Claire, questions, please?
Are all of this are all this the kind of gray colored surrounds, like on the previous photo at the front of the building, are all of those going away all the way around the building?
Yes, I checked, we're proposing that they would be removed because we're changing the windows in the 2000.
Right, okay, yeah, so
Three,
that, then, yeah,
2013.
so that was that question, yeah. And then the other, tagging on to that same question, are you changing the windows throughout the entire building?
In the 2003 and the 2013 editions, yes, essentially we're changing the windows to steel. Right now, it's a mixture in there of wood and steel. And so these are proposed as
And,
steel.
but then the historic part of the house is going to remain the same.
Yes.
You're not changing any windows in there, and those are probably wooden casements or whatever they.
They're actually steel.
Oh.
They are. They were changed in the Greens who owned the house in the 1960s made changes. And then there were changes made again by the Van Vliets when they owned the house in 2003. So all I'm fairly certain that all of the windows that you see are actually newer. And that there's even
So
in,
we're not changing any of the historic.
we're not
windows.
changing any of the historic, even
Okay.
the one in the top. It's curious because this was built as a water tower and a water reservoir. The tower, it's not working for me. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
back up. It's stuck. Even the window that you see in the tower, there are early photographs and that window was not there.
Yeah.
And so they're all changed.
Okay, yeah. No, those are all my questions.
If I was to make the comment that this addition goes halfway to changing the architectural style from a cement plaster building with holes cut in walls, which was an earlier way in which architecture was done, to an architecture that's trying to be far more modern with large expanses of glass and that they don't seem to be well resolved one next to the other. What would your comment be, please?
The,
This is not the best.
this is
view.
not, and I can't seem to, this is not working. Oh, there,
Yeah,
Okay.
right there.
oops.
Yeah, see, that's,
Yeah.
Excellent.
it's so different.
Yeah, go ahead. So if you can go to the one, there you go.
The, we were trying to make this more, integral. And I'll back up again. The brown, those gray casings you see are all from 2003. They're not old. And so it's in part something we were trying to do, which we felt made the house more knit together. What's kind of curious, it's curious now the way it exists with the tile roof. We were trying to essentially simplify it, because right now there are, you see the bathroom window here and and then these 2 over 2, and then the horizontal panes here. We were just trying to make it a little more consistent in terms of the panes.
But it's still window and wall. And yet the upper area, and if you go to the stair addition in the back and then the pergola in the back, it's not window and wall, it is window wall. And the question is, are those architectural renditions consistent as a piece, if I can put it that way? So that's the question. Why should that be? Do you consider it to be radically different, or do you consider it to be some kind of a minor step? Please.
In this, let me just back up for a second. These are, oops, sorry. This thing's very sensitive. These are steel now, and this is steel now, and everything in this
The size,
is current. steel.
Yeah, it's not the material.
it's the size of
It's
the
the,
window.
it's the way that the finish, yeah. It's a proportion of wall to window. You have
Perfect.
basically plaster wall and you're popping in windows. That's what happened in the old days. Now what you're saying is I've got a support, glass.
Mhm.
Are those consistent on a single building? That's the question, please.
Let me go back to the.
Okay, and then you go to the glass, you go to the next one, the same thing, flip over. It's like so different.
Let me back up again. Here you don't, here there are windows, you just don't see them because the rose bushes, they're there. And here, we were exposing the windows more. They show more, but the windows are similar in size. They're there now. There is no window here because this doesn't exist, this addition. These are the same size openings
Okay,
as exists now. And the what we, let me just back up then. Sorry. Here. So it the windows are definitely, we are definitely proposing to make them larger here and more consistent because they're very irregular. I understand your question. I think they work aesthetically. And I don't, given the disparate times in which the building was expanded and added on to, because the building in some ways is kind of moving toward the Art Deco, where steel windows are not inconsistent and larger expanses of openings are not inconsistent. So I don't disagree with you, but I don't find it problematic from an architectural standpoint.
thank you. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 1, 2561 Sycamore Canyon Road, please? Anybody, David?
I don't see any hands raised for this one.
Okay, so comments now, we are on for concepts. Robert,
Well, the site is so hidden that part of me wants to say, you know, you can do whatever you want, and this building has been modified several times over the years, but I would agree with John's question, although it seemed more like a comment to me, that the architecture is not completely resolved. And the new versus the old, I think the architecture is not getting better. In fact, it's going in the other direction. It's a little more massive, and especially the motor court elevation. I don't frankly like as much as what's there, but again, it's a very hidden site, so I'm kind of conflicted.
is that it? Tip, please, your comments.
Yeah, I do agree with Robert's comments, and yeah, I'm a little concerned, about the way how all the new windows are being added. It, I think, completely changes the look of the building. I think that's getting bigger and bigger with all the two-story solid massing and those oversized windows, doors. And to me, it's definitely not an Art Deco building. No matter how you cut it, even you have more window, but it's nothing but building the Art Deco. It's still. So because of that, I would like to see if we can find a way to bring back the charm of what's currently existing. And it just getting very boxy and bulky. That's my comment.
Elida, please.
I'm the flora and fauna person here. But I find the original as is now chunky and not particularly attractive. And I love the changes that you and your clients are thinking of making to this building to bring it into the 21st century. I think it has continuity. I think it lightens up the chunky bit of this, but I'm the flora and fauna. These fellows know more about architecture than I do, but so mine is just an aesthetic gut reaction. I think your renderings are beautiful. That's it.
Bill, please.
Yeah, I think I agree with Robert's comments and John's direction. I think I'm okay with the square footages, again, because it's quite a ways in off the street, so it's really not going to be seen by many people. But I think it's going to come down to detailing, and I do agree. I think what John was hedging toward was the proportion of the glass to the wall. And I think what you've shown is something more like, is it Beaux-Arts? Maybe I'm trying to think of what that.
No, they were far too detailed.
And it's very, warehouse window, glass to glass corner almost. And it seems like, maybe making the window proportions a little smaller within the wall might feel a little better. The other part is introduction of detailing. Once you get down to it, the railings there, your illustrations are very simple. I know that's probably because you haven't gotten into whatever the details are, but I think that's going to be critical, what that railing looks like. And is it hammered like the iron that was on the garden wall there, or how does it tie into some of the other elements? And then the introduction of the new eyebrow on that kitchen extension, I'm not quite certain that element is working quite right either. So I'd be fine with you just simplifying it with a band and kind of matching what's there. That's just my opinion. But square footage wise, and I would love to have seen the arches kind of be maintained, but if it really just doesn't work, then it doesn't work. I don't see a problem with that arch tying into the entry, you know, because as you come around the corner, you see, oh, there's kind of an introduction to that archway, unless it's completely foreign to the original architecture. It probably doesn't matter so much. So again, good with the square footage addition, but I think the detailing and the proportion, the massing needs to be kind of refined a little bit. Thank you.
Claire, please.
First of all, would you please pass along to the governors that they are doing an extraordinary job in maintaining this gorgeous, gorgeous piece of property and the gardens and the formality of those. I mean, that was really, because I'm more on the landscape side here, but it goes back to me, and that's kind of why I was asking earlier when we were on questions, these windows, it just seems to me that the windows are too big. And we're now kind of, I mean, it really is for me, it changes the character of the house. You know, whenever it was built, now, then, whatever, is that now, though it looks very, it makes these expanses of windows that we're adding, turns it into more of a kind of a contemporary look. It's like it's what we do nowadays. So for me, it's all about these windows, and I think for me, that's kind of why I was asking back and forth. There's too many, they're too big. You know, it's like they now when we look at how you showed it to us, it's like they go from wall edge to edge. There's window, you know, where the character of the house, the original and the add-ons, is a different character to the house now with all of those windows. You know, so I just made a note that said restudy the windows. That's how it is for me. I just think there's just too many windows and they're too big. You know, the architects can kind of maybe clean up that a little bit for me because I'm not the architect here.
I want to tag on to what Claire said about the property. It was just stunning, stunningly beautiful, the landscaping and the house. And I'm not as convinced about where the house is going to be when it's completed. What we have asked people to do in the past is to provide inspirational photos, which I think when you go on out and search for those, you're going to find a consistency of style. It seems to me that you're trying to step outside the style that you have now. And I don't care if you turn the whole thing into a modern house. I'm good with that. And then leave just the good hue piece and, you know, put the modern next to it. Or I think that what you need to do is to somehow find a vocabulary that's true for every surface, every side of the building. And I see a vocabulary that is not consistent. And that's, I didn't know what it was at the last meeting. There was something that I didn't like. I couldn't put my hands on it. When I got out there today and I saw what was there, it became very clear to me that that's what it is. It's you're taking half of a step architecturally, which I'm delighted that you're doing, but I think you need to take a full step. So I'm not going to be able to vote for half a step on a building. So either back it off and go back towards the the more plaster with windows in the wall, or more modern. But I think trying to be half and half for me doesn't work. So is there anybody who wants to say anything further? Or are we on for concept at the next review, please?
I think we just have to come back.
Everybody okay with that? And I just want to, you know, I think everybody on the board, our minds are blown by that property today. I mean, it was remarkable. Okay, thank you, David. I hope you enjoyed the book that I was able to share with you.
Very much. So
Okay.
thank you. And by the way, because you asked about that plant, Melaleuca incana And its common name is gray honey myrtle.
Wow. Okay.
And you can get it at Norman's.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 2, 1730 Glen Oaks Road. Is there somebody here from Vanguard, please? We're on for concept.
Yep, April Palencia.
Okay, April, can you just hang on a second?
Hi, Jarrett Gorin too.
Okay, Jared, thank you. So our previous comments, MBAR members expressed concerns regarding intrusion into the required setbacks. And there is an ADU that's floating around here too. Restudy site layout, explore options to minimize potential visual impacts to the neighbors. Relocate bocce ball court outside the side yard setback. Return with landscape plan and incorporate vertical landscape elements. Minimize the amount of lawn area. April, Jared, whomever you want to have take over, please.
Okay, thanks for having us back for concept review on, we can scroll down to A 0.2, the proposed site plan to show how the variable yard setback was calculated. Zooming in at the south boundary, so the bottom of the page, you can see those two shaded triangles, and there's notations to their, calculations.
So just to refresh, the way variable setbacks go is you've got to have a compensating area outside the setback for anything that encroaches within it. And you can never go closer than 15 feet from a property line.
I
So
think we're extremely familiar with that. I think
excellent.
the comment was, we don't like people in the rear yard setback. Could you please find a way to get out of it? Not whether or not what you were proposing was legal. We understand that it was legal. We're not so sure from a design point of view, from a neighbor point of view, it's a good idea. That's what we were trying to get at with that comment.
Okay, well, on that one, we're going to, we've incorporated landscape features to address overlook and privacy issues. Again, we don't have any building in that setback. It's an exterior loggia that encroaches, and I think you'll see when we get to the landscape plan, there are no overlook issues or privacy issues. Go ahead, April.
Sure. Okay, so the second item, restudy site layout, explore options to minimize potential visual impacts. The existing and the proposed trees are maybe best shown on the landscape plan. Jarrett, would you say we should switch to that one?
Yeah, I think so.
So the landscape package was a separate, yeah, you're in it. So the 5th sheet of that package. And you'll see in the southeast corner of the site, we have some new trees being proposed, the eastern redbud, the sycamore, as they're called out in the notations. And then there's a lot of existing screening, tall trees and tall shrubbery along that whole boundary, both boundaries. That is a very thick privacy screening to the neighbors.
Yeah, and with respect to that, I did actually go over and meet with our neighbor down there to the south, Gerhard Bette, and his property sits actually below us, and the hedges are even taller on his side, and they just basic geometry and triangulation is that you can't see anything we're doing on our property as a result of that existing hedge down from his property.
Okay, so item 3, relocate bocce ball court outside of the setback. That is shown more clearly back on the architectural site plan where you were. On the lower left.
On that one, I'm not sure the minutes are correct. It was the rear setback that it was previously inside of, and we were asked to relocate it outside of the rear setback. So it's moved up to comply with that rear setback.
And we were also asked to return with the landscape plan and incorporate vertical landscape elements. So toggling back to the proposed landscape site plan.
So can you repeat that?
Can you toggle back to the proposed landscape plan? Yep. So there's 5 sheets here, but this is the primary one that I think you're interested in, just showing how that landscape design has been extensively developed with hardscape and softscape and planting and trees. So those vertical elements are indicated throughout with, new decorative planting and perimeter trees.
And I think while we've got this one up, one of the comments was there's reduced lawn areas. There's way too much lawn. Reduce those areas. So what you can see on this sheet is that the only lawn areas, which will be synthetic turf, are those 2 small rectangles down there by the pool. And everything else is low water use or meadow type things, or moderate water use ground cover in around those crepe myrtles that are there between the house and the pool, and then like right up around the house.
As depicted in those inspiration photos to the right.
So does that complete your presentation, please?
There's one other thing I want to bring up. It was a issue. It didn't make it in the minutes, but the driveway, the last time we were here, we had 2 driveway entrances, and there was comments that there was just a lot of driveway. We can look at this plan with this. So we looked at that, and we just completely eliminated that entire run of driveway that went over there to the west. And you can see we're retaining all of these oak trees. And we worked extensively with Bill Spiewak, our arborist, to make sure that none of this driveway work or any of the site grading will impact these trees.
Is that it, Jared?
That's it.
Questions, Claire? Mike?
Along both sides, right and left of sides, up and down, you show these little round circles. Are you using the neighbors? It kind of looks like there's not enough planting to me being proposed by you along your property line to screen your project. And I understand that the neighbors on either side, because you show them here. So are you trying, this plan doesn't tell me what both sides, what is actually going to be planted, other than the little circles that you don't even name those what they are. You just call them, I forgot this morning reading it all. So that's my question, is what are you proposing to plant to screen this project from the neighbors?
David.
Board member Gotsenker, there's a ton of screening in place already on
But
both
the
of
screening
those.
is all on your neighbor's property.
Right, if you'll let
not
me
yours.
finish, we're supplementing that screening in areas where it's not as thick with additional screening on our property. So if your question is provide some more information about what's on the neighboring property, we can do that. We also could provide additional screening on our property. What we would appreciate is some direction as to what you want versus simply, criticism of what we did. So if you could give us what you're looking for, that would be very helpful.
Do you have any other questions, Claire?
No,
Do you want to wait until,
yeah, I'll just wait. Well, let me see, wait a second.
well, they're pulling up the Google Earth, which is going to tell us about the existing perimeter landscape.
Well, I actually created something earlier this morning about it,
And then can you rotate around a little bit, David, so we can see it? Control and then mouse. Right? think it's shift actually. Yeah, there you go. So there's a big hole right there where the bocce is, right?
Yes.
Jarrett, yes?
Well, that is our neighbor to the west, and that's an existing hole in the landscaping where there isn't as much screening, correct?
Okay, and then David, can you just kind of? Yeah, thank you. So on the east side, it appears at the driveway that there's some very heavy hedges. And on the west side, some next to the pool. So does that give you what you need to know?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that all those hedges are planted on their neighbor's property. They're not their hedges, and
Okay.
so if one of those neighbors decided to cut down all the hedges, then in fact, this house isn't screened. And so I'm looking for, what we ask for is screening on the property that we're looking at, not the neighbor, and not using the screening from neighbors to, and so.
That's more of a comment than a question.
Okay,
Do
yeah.
you have any more questions, please?
Oh, yeah, in your in the photographs that you were showing, there was a photograph of a very large gate. And I'm just wondering, is that, oh, yes, is that what you're proposing for this project? Is that gate?
No, that's just an example of an open wrought iron gate. It isn't that gate specifically.
Okay, fine. Well, that was what my question was.
Sure.
I was surprised that.
Yeah, that looks like it's 10 or 12 feet tall. No, we wouldn't be
I
exceeding 8.
understand, and it is inconsistent with most of the gates that are in that little enclave of people, so I went,
Sure.
whoa, wait a second. This is a really big gate for that particular neighborhood. So you're still proposing a gate? Do you have a photo of, or a drawing of the gate that you're going to be putting in there?
No, we haven't developed a full gate design yet at this conceptual stage.
Thank you.
You done?
Yeah, that's all.
Bill, questions, please.
Yeah, while we're on this plan here, how much space do you have between your new driveway? I know you're widening the driveway there. And what is the width of the driveway first?
I don't know if that dimensions on this plan. It's very narrow in there. I think we're leaving like a 3 to 5 foot planter between our new wall and the property line.
Yeah. So that was what I was looking at. And what is the driveway?
The existing driveway gets very close to that same property line. Do we have that existing site plan?
Yeah,
I think it's the next one up.
It's quite a bit further off. I saw in the original drawing there. Let's see there.
Well,
So
this is really good.
curious how wide you were widening.
Yeah, so we need to widen this driveway to comply with fire standards. That they need a 16-foot driveway because there's an accessory dwelling unit and they have to get within a certain amount of feet of everything, and it needs to be wider at that the point that's only 11 feet right there. That doesn't meet any MFD standards. And then we're widening it out to provide maneuvering space for the 3-car garage that's under the ADU.
Do you have you calculated your hose pull lengths and all that kind of stuff?
We have.
Okay. Elevations there. So I didn't see existing photos of the house, but I did see them from Google Earth there. So is there existing photos of the house? You're kind of are you trying to match existing house? Is that what
we're trying to update and improve the existing house. I'm pretty sure we showed photos of it at our last hearing and they should be in the file. But the house is really not in good shape and it's very dated. And we're working with the major characteristics of it, but just trying to do a wholesale quality upgrade and consistency upgrade, and get the windows to align with a rhythm that makes sense, so that windows line up on each other, and upgrading all of the exterior materials and finishes. That's mostly what we're doing here.
Did you go to the exterior elevations there, David? I don't remember what sheets those are. And actually the cabana elevations, right? It's a cabana.
The existing elevation or the proposed elevations are sheet 16 of the package.
The cabana is new though, right?
The cabana is brand new.
There we go.
Take a look at the cabana there. And is that like a limestone finish you're putting on the entry there? Is that a limestone?
Yeah, that's a limestone, or I don't know if we have the final material picked, but it's a big stone, travertine or limestone, that type of thing, just around the entry there.
It's called out as limestone.
Keep going to the cabana drawings. There we go.
Next,
Next one.
right there.
And is that the same limestone? Are you cladding the whole thing there, or just those gabled pieces?
Just those accent pieces around there. The rest of it would be a flat body color to match kind of what we're doing on the house. And again, on this here, it's a subordinate structure. We thought it would just look very strange with this little mini mansard roof on it. So we just went with this hip roof, which keeps the roof lines down and makes it subordinate.
Yeah, and the materials and colors to match.
Match the house.
I guess that's all I have. Thanks.
Questions, Tip?
No questions.
Elida, please.
Can we go back to the landscape plan, please? With a pointer, can you point out to me what is the artificial turf and what is real lawn?
Right there, no real lawn. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's correct. We're not putting any irrigated lawn in this project.
Except for those two rectangles.
Those are synthetic turf.
And the rest is real lawn.
The rest is not lawn. The rest is like the lighter green there to the north of the pool is sort of a naturalized meadow. The rest of it's all low water ground covers and things. It's a very naturalized landscape. It's a large area, and it's just the idea is it to be like a natural understory to these big oaks we have with this path that meanders through it. That's the idea here.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Robert, questions, please.
No questions.
Okay, so have you examined having your big deck not facing the south, but facing the west, please? The second story deck.
We have looked at that, and we think that shades all of the major rooms of the house, like the kitchen and living rooms and everything, look that way towards the pool. And the floor plan of the house, the existing floor plan and the proposed floor plan, they don't really lend themselves to having the deck on that side on the upstairs. We've got this very pronounced central sort of taller element to the house. There's a real symmetry going on that west facing side, and putting a deck on there, unless you were to put the deck all the way across the house, would blow the symmetry, and it would shade all of those rooms where, like, one of the nice features in this house is how much natural light we can get into it. Where the deck's located now is, the back of the garage and sort of the side of the kitchen. So we prefer it where we have that, and then the primary suite on top can open up onto it, and then we're doing double duty with it as the entry into the accessory dwelling unit, rather than having to have a whole separate deck for that and entry stair for that.
Isn't the three-car garage in its new location rather than where it was on the old one? Isn't that creating an uncomfortably close distance to the east property line that would not be there had it not been a three-car garage?
We don't feel that it does. It's at an angle to the property line. Only a corner comes close to the property line. A three-car garage on a house like this in this neighborhood is typical.
David,
And we are using space that was the former garage within the house. And we're converting that to living space.
can you follow?
Um,
But what about this area right here? And David's
Yeah,
gonna,
that's,
what about that area right there? Aren't you creating a problem across there that you may not need to with a two-car garage, please?
we're getting closer to the property line. We believe we've got ample opportunity for screening, and it's a driveway, and it's not an asphalt driveway. It's a really nice formal motor court, and our neighbors' homes aren't right up against that property line either on their house. And the side yard setbacks here would allow for a structure to be in that area if we wanted to have that. And I think it's, my opinion is having a driveway there, which doesn't have tons of through traffic on it, and the structure setback where it is, I don't see a primary issue, and I would respectfully disagree that that's creating a problem.
If I were to say that I will not vote for any intrusion into the rear yard setback, and therefore you create a diagonal, David again, right across here, why shouldn't we demand that rear yard setback be maintained as a good planning alternative?
Yep, you could argue that, and you have one view of things, and we have a different view of things. That I would say, in response to your argument, the county code specifically provides for variable setbacks and acknowledges the fact that the compensating larger setbacks compensate for encroachments. And I would repeat that it does that for actual structures. And this is simply a deck. So we would just have to disagree on that point.
Okay, and finally, as I understand it, there's basically two ways for the fire department or three ways for the fire department to say, okay, number one, park on the street, hose length less than 200 feet everywhere. Number two, some kind of a massive turning circle. They're like 60 feet in diameter. Or number three, a hammerhead. I don't see 2 or 3 anywhere on here.
Well, that's because your understanding is incorrect. The fire department doesn't require a hammerhead until you're hundreds of feet into a property. What the fire department requires is a fire apparatus access road, which they've got a very specific definition for. And it has to be able to get within a certain distance of a structure so that they can reach all sides of the structure with their hose pull.
So you're pulling in, let's say 50 feet, 75 feet, whatever that number is, parking, and then you're 200 feet from there. Is that what you're basically saying? And then
yeah, that's accurate. They're pulling down kind of to the end of that where it gets next to the corner of the house. And then from there, they can reach all sides of the structure.
Okay.
And then they would just back the truck out because they're not backing it out 500 feet. They're just backing it out a short way.
Okay, public comment, yes. Would anybody like to address the board on item number 2, 1730 Glen Oaks Road, please? Anybody?
I have not received any requests to speak, and I don't see anything.
Okay, thank you, David. We are on today for concept only comments. Claire.
Well, I still have a concern about this east the east property line where the parking, everything encroaches into that along that thing. And I don't understand how we're going to have enough room along the edge of the driveway and the edge of the parking in order to plant, a significant planting along there. I mean, what you show is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 undistinguished or unlabeled plants. But what goes in between? What causes this property to be screened from the neighbor's property? So that's an ongoing concern here, is that because the driveway encroaches into that setback right there, that is it's just a narrow little strip. So that's where going through this over and over again, I keep going back to, and then the other thing is that when you come back and working with your landscape, I need more information about this whole front of the lot, which is now meadow. Well, right now, I mean, I actually have driven by this lot, and right now it's a bunch of weeds. So you can say that it's meadow, but so what are you going to do to make it be a meadow? What is the planting in there? Right now, there's just some trees in there, and then, so that whole upper part of the lot needs to be, I need to have more information about what you're proposing to do with that part of the lot, as far as the landscape is concerned. To say you're going to plant meadow, well, that, right now, I could walk onto that property and I can say that it's a meadow, but it's not, it's weeds right now.
Right.
So
Well,
I want to know, when you come back, working with your landscape person, what are you proposing to happen in that part of the lot?
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I think that, look at what the distance is that the fire department, they can back out 100 feet. So if you can provide your 16-foot width to the 100-foot point and then still get your 200-foot length of hose or 150, whatever they're requiring to the furthest corner, that's what you work with. If you can't shorten or narrow the width of the driveway there up where it attaches into your parking area, do the best you can. I'm saying in that area, I think it maybe there's a way to bend it around. I don't know.
there may be some opportunity to curve that wall versus the straight wall that's there that would do it. So we'll look at that.
And I'm thinking that maybe some of this too, look at your back out distances and your hammerheads, but this area right in here, maybe that could be planting. That maybe you got a close spot right here and you've got a nice width in here, and then this is planted in here, just to get a little more greenery in there. I think it's just a little tight. And if you can work that into this area as well, I think it'd be good. Could you go up just a little bit, David, there? The other way, sorry. And then, I'm kind of on the fence about, decks obviously are actually probably more impacting than a living space would be in the setback, because, if it's an entertainment area, I don't know where the AD is, but if that's
It's
an out.
right over the garage.
Yeah, that's just to
what that-
point out, that's not an entertainment deck. Like, we have thousands of feet of entertainment decks on the ground floor off of the entertainment rooms in the house that are to the west. This is just a deck that's off the primary suite and
Well,
the ADU.
it seems like I would look at the idea, can you pull that just a little further out of that setback? Does the loggia need to be all of that? It's a huge deck for the master, which, we know that those don't get used that often. But, can that be reduced back even further just to get a little more distance off this setback over here? Those are the two items, I think, a little bit of space between, because, you look at the overall development, you got a wonderful property and everything's kind of crammed down into this corner over here. And it's just, be nice to get a little buffer between you and the neighbor. And I think you're so close with your bocce court, which, I can go either way, but another 3 feet and you're actually out of it completely. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Comments, Chip, please.
Yeah, I normally would like to have, see some, variable setback for the rear lot line, but I think as Bill mentioning it, it's the decking is much more impactful than the actual building. So I would like to see if we can remove the rear deck from the rear yard setback. I think that because that's getting pretty close to the neighbors from the south. And these are large parcel. They are over an acre site. They're not, so you technically, if you can not encroaching the rear setback, that probably more preferable. And number two, that I do feel that the garage, the addition of the garage with a second story addition, it's a little too, I think it's really encroaching into that east elevation. It's a pretty big massing, so it seems like everything is squeezed into the south and the east. And if I need more landscaping, so you can stay from the neighbors. So those are the two issues that I think that
I do want to remind the
Let me
board
finish
that
my
the,
comment, please.
okay.
Jared, yeah.
So those are the two issues I think that you need to work on. Thank you.
Could I,
Jared, if you had your opportunity, Elida, please.
I can see what they're talking about on this southeast corner. I can appreciate that. From a landscape standpoint, I think on your next visit, if we can have a full landscape plan, it might answer a lot of questions that my landscape architect colleague has and make things go a lot more smoothly.
Robert, comments, please.
Well, I do think the driveway looks tight, but the house is already there. And if they're required to widen it for the fire department, that's a tough one. Maybe Bill's recommendations or something, but if you plant that little strip, they're going to grow into the space required by the fire trucks. So that's a tough one. And as far as the deck goes, I don't know if it's going to be for what purpose, for the 80 or what, but I just don't like the precedent of placing things in setbacks that are potentially active human use. And I would prefer to see that shortened up or something so that it was out of the setback, just so we don't have that precedent. That's it.
I want to tag on to what everyone said. I think that you need an extremely accurate and detailed fire department access, where they're going to park, turn around or not, fire hose length, show that, etc. I think that a significant portion of this project is being driven by the second story structure there and the 3-story garage. And if those were not there, if we could pull that back to 2 cars and the appropriate distance of above, it would be significantly better site planning, I think. I don't see why the second story usage has to be right there. I don't see why it can't be up closer to the entrance to the property. And then maybe a 2-car garage down here. And I don't think I will vote for this project if there's any portion of that in the rear yard setback. I just don't see a reason it needs to be there. So Jared, very quickly, if you'd like to respond, please, but quickly.
well, I would want to remind the board that that second story above the garage is an accessory dwelling unit and not within this board's purview. So
We understand that. That doesn't mean that it would not be better site planning if you thought other ways to get the exact same usage and size on another location on the property.
that's a discretionary requirement on a ministerial
I
ADU.
understand that, Jared. I understand. So if that's your comment,
That's my comment.
very good. We will see you back here for further concept. Yes, everybody? With a landscape plan and very detailed fire department. Okay?
I would ask, I think we've gotten very clear direction here that we can address. And I would request that you let us come back for a preliminary and address all of this, because all is in particular, all of this additional detail in the landscape plan, effectively at that point, we have it at the level that we could get a preliminary approval on it. If there's still some points that we disagree on, then you could withhold that approval, but we'd like to come back for a preliminary.
Okay, back for preliminary, David. Okay.
Thanks.
Item number 3, I do have a conflict with this. We're very close to this project. So Bill will be taking over.
this is
Chris, I'll be back.
Okay, we're on item 3735 Chellam Way. 735 Chellam Way. Chris, give us your presentation.
Good afternoon, Chris Control Architect. All right. Dave, just zoom in on that site plan. This is the corner lot on Chellam Way. Thank you. It's a 1966 post and beam house. It's a pretty small little project here. The slope of this, sorry, the topo is not on this, but from the right-hand side of Chellam Way down to the left property line, it's about a 40-foot drop. From Chellam Way to where we're doing this deck, it's a 10-foot drop. David, would you mind going to the last page? We're seeing the photos there. So if you're standing on Chellam, this is looking north on Chellam. Those oaks, that's our property, and the lower photo is looking right at the house. So you actually can't see this probably from the street. It's below grade, and then the house drops off. Okay, would you mind go back to the second? All right, so the purple is an existing deck, and the blue is where we want to add on to the existing deck, and then the rectangle around the two. So, okay, thank you. That is the cover. Thank you. Okay, let's just go look at the existing floor plans really quick. So 3 levels to this house. That upper left shot is on the lowest level. So the house spills down the hill. And right now that little studio, it doesn't have an interior connection. So part of this project is to give a stair just from the upper level down to the lower level so the grandparents can get to the little suite. That's the idea with our stair. The main entrance is on the lower shot here. Come up those steps on the north side. I'm sorry. Okay, come in right there. It's like a split level in here, and then come up to this living room, and then this is the area where we're doing that covered deck. And right now the house where it's sited, it's got oaks all around it. Bill Spiewak's doing the work on it. But this outdoor deck is like the one place that gets full western sun. So it blazes in this living room. So they really want to be able to, and the flat area on the site is at a minimum. It's really the house is the only place with flat area. So this project is just to give them a little bit of outdoor space, covered outdoor space for living and dining. Okay, next page, please. Okay, this is the same color scheme. So the purple is what they have now. The blue is what we want to add. And then you can see the stair. It's not a big thing. And then the stair goes just down first to this level and then ends up dumping out at that bottom level.
Soft in the background.
Okay. We can look at the next page to see the elevations. Okay, so the existing elevations are on the right, proposed are on the left. You can start to see some of that topo. This is kind of the street view. If you could see through that if you were standing below the street. So we're adding a little shed roof that's kept picking up the same post and beam that the house has, adding an outrigger right there to grab it. And then you can see the stair coming down to that lower level studio. Maybe show them this, oh, and this is the view looking north. It's just a nice open space for them to have outdoor living and dining and match all existing. It's a wood stair, wood railing, match all that stuff. If you want to just go to the next page, I think we have some photos of existing. Okay, this is existing second level deck. This is that existing purple deck that we showed. So this would just be expanding that. And then this is looking at it straight on. So we'd be just adding onto that roof right there. Just another view of it down here. And you can see the topo just dropping away on the site. I think that's it. I'll just leave it there and let you guys go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chris. Let's go to questions of the board. Robert, questions?
What is the beam height and the roof slope on that cover?
Yeah.
It looks kind of tall to me.
Let's see if we can pull off there. Maybe we could zoom in on these two. Yeah,
No, the one on the middle left.
on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these lines are going to show us the elevation. I think we tried to keep the bottom of the beam at 7.6 or maybe 8. It's a very low house. So it's, this plate right there is 8 right there. So it's really not too tall. I can pull dimensions on it for the next time we come, but it's not too tall.
And what are the post sizes?
These are 8x8s.
No more questions.
Elida, questions?
No questions.
Claire, questions?
Have you done an FAR schedule? Did you?
Well, there'd be no change to FAR because there's no addition to the
Not adding,
space.
so
It's just the covered deck.
So it's all that you're doing is all just the deck outside.
That's it.
No changes, the
No,
inside or expansion of anything in there. And just
Oh, I missed it.
going back,
Oh, really?
is this?
Well, it
is
started
this
at
the
1,
part of
number
Shellum-
6, and we were
'cause
number
Shellum
2.
Hotel we ran,
I don't
is
know
it the
how to-
part where you
So
are down in the thing and then you come back up?
No,
If
Dave-
you have a
Yeah,
map,
if we go to the cover page, there's
a
a map.
neighborhood map or something. that-
Yep.
I'm just trying to get myself oriented
No
to
problem.
there.
The parcel map might be helpful on the right side there.
That shot in the upper left is a good photo, kind of showing.
Oh, there, that's that's
Yeah.
right there.
Yep, right there.
Oh, right there. Okay,
Yeah.
well, it is headed down into that.
This is kind of the top of it, and then it starts going down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's kind of, that's why I was trying to orient myself was exactly where it was on Shellum.
Yeah.
Now I know why. It's very close to Mr. Watson's property, so
Very close.
that's why he said, okay. I think that's really all I have.
All right,
as far as
thank you,
questions.
Claire. Chris, did you look at the idea of actually doing the stairs on grade and not doing a stairway that's above grade? Is there a way to get out that bottom part of the light blue and turn left and go down to that area on grade, like concrete or stepstones kind of a thing?
Yeah, we did. There is kind of that going on right now, and it's really steep. So to make this work and be easier for all ages to use, that just a regular stair with a railing seemed to go with what they have already.
And then second question, if you go to the elevations there, David. What about the idea of doing a flat roof, look like a trellis that has, built up slope into the material that goes on top? Did you look at a flat versus trying to?
I think with the reason we didn't want to go with that was just to not get a huge fascia out of it. I mean, it's a very, very thin fascia on the existing house. So we're just trying to keep that kind of the same fascia profile.
Well, it'd be a post and beam frame with a sloped decking material on top. So it would have the same profile as what the roof has now. Good, as a flat roof.
Oh, I thought you were saying encompass that slope with a fascia, so
No.
you don't see it.
No, I'm saying maybe even independent trellis cover
Oh,
with
I
a
see.
solid roof that's just flat, so it's not fighting slope,
I see.
you know, anyway, think
Yeah,
about that.
okay.
That's a question. Okay. We'll close questions and go to public comment. Is there anybody who would like to speak to this item 3735 Chelmley?
I've not received any speaker slips and I don't see any hands raised for this item.
Okay, let's go back to the board. For comments.
I don't feel this is particularly well integrated with the existing architecture. And it still looks tall to me. I can't figure out why, but if that railing is 3 feet, it looks to me like you're up more like 9 feet with that first post. At least, so maybe it's just a graphic thing here, but I'd like to see that come down in elevation if you try to stay with this particular design. It just seems too tall and spindly to me from an architectural standpoint.
Can you point out where you're talking about? I'm not sure what railing you're talking about.
He's talking about that guy right there.
Oh, that. Oh,
height
I'm
of
sorry.
those.
I thought I was talking about, I thought you were
Same.
talking about the railing around the deck. I'm going,
Well,
what?
you see
Where?
3.5, 3.5. That's 7.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Robert. Elida, questions or comments? Sorry,
No comments.
We're on comment. We're in comment.
comments. Yeah.
Okay.
Tip, did you have any comments? You were hidden for a minute there.
No, I really, yeah, the scale might be off, but I don't have, yeah,
So-
much issue with the proposed. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
This is new
Right,
and
right,
that is new.
right.
The rest is existing.
Yeah, I think that's probably fine, in my opinion. Thank you.
Claire, comments?
It looks like, and I'm just gonna ask you, there's no change to the exterior landscaping or anything. This is just what you're proposing right here, this new deck, all of that, none of that's changing.
Yeah, they'll have to take out a couple bushes for the new deck, but nothing.
Yeah,
major.
okay. And then for me, I think my comment is this is really a pretty straightforward project, and I think we should just move it on to preliminary, you know.
Okay. Thanks,
I
Claire.
mean, and then, you know, we can come back at preliminary and then actually deal with what it is that's going on with the railing, you know, because
Yeah.
they can do it at preliminary.
Well, let's finish our comments here. I mean,
I don't care if we can
Mm.
put it on the preliminary final, it doesn't matter. It's such a simple project.
it is.
I don't see that we need to bring it back too many times in a row
Yeah.
to actually just get it
Oh,
approved.
Okay, well, let me finish my comments. I mean, I think, Chris, that there is kind of a conflict for me anyway, in terms of these slopes introducing kind of a difference. So I would consider looking at the idea of maybe going flat with that and making it feel more like a trellis, and whether it ties to this or not, maybe you could do columns back at the building, or you could tie it in, but maybe just flattening that out. And you know, if there was a way to, you know, get the stairs to come down to grade to maybe this point and then go from there. This, to me, I'm okay with it. It's in the back of the building. I'd be fine with it. But you know, if you felt like you could find a better way to shorten that up and reduce it, great. If you can't, if this doesn't work for the client, then I'm okay with the way it is. So I'd be okay with giving it, I think, you know, you can find the direction there, and if we give it preliminary, come back for preliminary, because it was on for concept review. If you want to come back with all of it,
Yeah.
preliminary, and if
I'm
you-
trying to move the project.
yeah, and if you
along,
feel
but
comfortable doing details and having it ready, then then you might get lucky and we could move it forward. So.
That sounds good. Is there a height that we should make sure we hit for your comment?
I
Stay
mean,
8 feet on that exterior beam? You feel
yeah,
comfortable
you're
with that?
talking about the space underneath there. Yeah.
To top of beam?
Well, I don't know about the top. I think 8 would be, for the underside of that would be acceptable, because you're still worried about, I mean, that's an 8x8, so it's not gonna feel spindly, I think, with that. As it is, you're probably gonna need steel out there.
Yeah, it's steel.
It's the
Those are
overall
steel
integration
anyway.
that
Beam too.
seems it's so inconsistent with the existing architecture. And so I'm not really going to put a number on anything. I guess I'm of a different mind than everybody else here, but I'd prefer a different design, but I'm gonna.
So what you're saying is, and I think you and Bill are both saying, as the architects here, that roof over the deck is it doesn't.
Feels foreign.
It doesn't, it looks, and I absolutely agree with that. I really do. You know, I absolutely, it's odd. It looks like it was kind of stuck in to the roof and for no reason. You know?
And part of it.
And that's why I think that what you're saying
how it works.
is that to separate it and have it just like an arbor, then it doesn't need to interrupt the.
And it
the
could
roof
cantilever
lines.
over that roof too, right? So
What?
you could cantilever it over that roof, and so you're not worried about waterproofing, you know, this water
Yeah.
can slope down into the gutter and that, et cetera, et cetera. Are
It-
you okay
it-
with the flat idea?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be its own beautiful architectural element by itself if you kind of detach it from the house.
Does that make sense, Chris?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the only issue is that eave is low, so it's
Yeah.
you can touch the eave. So
Well, I'm saying.
us clipping that off, let that whole space read as a space.
Well, but
not
saying
a-
what
slip it
Bill's
over the
saying,
top of it.
yeah, you could
Slip
keep
that
it
over the
tall,
top
but
of it.
keep it separated.
Cantilever it over if you
Right.
want,
Don't,
you know, slip it over the top.
I don't,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
it's just a, you know, but I'm
Unless you.
supportive of moving this forward. We have enough on the agendas.
Yeah, I
So
think let's
how do we,
just back to
Yeah.
preliminary and see what he comes back with.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have-
Sounds good.
We have confidence. in you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay.
You know, I think we should come back, put it, come back for preliminary / final.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Without that,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Chris.
Accused on that item. Item number 4, 900 Knollwood Drive, please. Thank you. Anybody?
Oh, it's Elizabeth.
Hi, sorry about that. I was trying to struggle with getting this unmuted and the video on. All right, I'm Elizabeth Sorgman, and I'm the architect on this project. We also have a landscape team that will walk you through the hardscaping, the landscaping that we're proposing. And so if you can.
Elizabeth, if you can let me get started here, there's a planner memo, please.
Okay.
Scope of the work for this project has changed since it was last reviewed by the NBAR. The lawn area has been further reduced in response to comments from the NBAR, and alterations to the existing single-family dwelling have been added to the scope of work. And our last comments were: the expansive lawn is excessive. Study alternatives to design a creative landscape concept. Provide precise, detailed presentation at next review. Submit WELO calculations, which I know may be a little early, but we felt the lawn was going to blow out the WELO calc, so we wanted you to take a look at it. The floor is yours, please.
All right. So This is the proposal. We merged them together because we had two applications and the planner asked us to join them together. So the project for the actual structure is to replace all the doors and windows. So if you go to the second PDF is where we have the photos. It is a historical building and I think you would have the historical report.
Is that what you want me to go to, the historical report?
No, I just want you to go to the photos. I just wanted to kind of walk you through the photos.
What files are the photos in?
In the complete set of plans that we submitted, and it was page 2 of the PDF. You were just on it. There we go. Okay, so we are not proposing any changes to the north elevation. And I put in this photo of the lawn area that's currently there now. And there's minor changes to the west and to the east, and the addition of a few more windows on the south side. So if you want to go to, that's the site plan. And these are just floor plans for reference. We're not changing anything on the kind of a infrastructure update. Keep going. So this is the north elevation. So what I've done is I've shown you the existing on the upper portion of the PDF, and then the lower portion, what's going to be there. So it's the same layout. Right. So the next.
No changes.
So we're just changing doors and windows.
There's no changes on this elevation. right?
To the fenestration.
Just the fenestration. And actually what we've done is we've gone back to the original layout, light layout that the doors and windows had when it was originally built. Okay, so on this elevation, we are removing the columns to give them more usable space on the deck. All right, so the next, all right, so this is on the south elevation. What we're doing is we are taking the dining room window out and including new doors that go out to an extended patio area. We are taking, hold on, we on the left-hand side of that, okay, so on a second. So you can see the fenestration differences that we're returning the lights back to the larger original lights that were there. So we don't have all of these breakups in the French doors. So if you go then to the right of the page, we are adding a Juliet balcony. So there's currently a balcony on the upper floor. And so we are going to reduce that balcony. It wasn't original to the house. It was added, I think, in the 70s. And so on the right-hand side, we're going to create 2 doors from this master primary bedroom to include these 2 new doors and these 2 Juliet balconies. And again, the majority of these, it's just these 2 new windows in the kitchen area that we've made them. Added another window and made the original window a little smaller. So that's the extent of the changes here. So if you go to the next page.
Under the gable, there are a new set of windows, a new door.
Which one? I'm sorry.
David, can you show right there? Right there.
Yes, that's the one that I said we're replacing the window, the dining room window, with a pair of doors into the extended deck area.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. And then here what we're doing is that we're replacing this trapezoid, not trapezoid, but this arched window and going back to the flat window, which was originally there. I had the benefit of working on this project back in 1991, and it's interesting that a lot of the work that we did then is getting replaced and returned to what was originally there. So, all right. So if we go to page 12, so this is a photo of the balcony and the guardrail that's there now. And so we are going to be matching the detail in the photo. You kind of see that cord that's there. That's what we're trying to match. So we're adding two balconies at those two locations where you've got that white arrow, and then to the left of that, right there. So we're making this balcony smaller. So those are the extent of what we're doing to the fenestration. And then if we want to go to the landscaping, this is where the majority of the work is being proposed. All right, so Mary, are you ready? So Mary is under the guise of Dan, because Dan's not here, but Mary's presenting.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I'm Mary Sager McFadden with Pamela Burton and Company. And we are the landscape architects for 900 Knollwood. So if you'll go to the next sheet, this just shows the extent of the property, 4 acres, one of 4 properties, but this one is 4 acres. Next sheet. This is really where we wanted to draw your attention, because this was the biggest comment you had in November for our concept review, feeling that the lawn area we're proposing was excessive. So we've taken that to heart. I just wanted to walk you through. The existing lawn is shown there in red, and that is 9,775 square feet. And it slopes at 10 to 15% slope. So it's not very usable for our clients. And our goal for the renovation of this whole site is to make a lawn that's usable for the clients and their friends, etc. So when we came in November, the light blue, sky blue outline was the lawn we proposed, which was 6,577 square feet, which was a substantial reduction, 32% reduction. And today we're proposing, we've gone back, we sharpened our pencils, we worked with the civil engineer to contract the lawn on the bottom side, so we have more of a convex or concave outline, and we've reduced the width of it a bit on the left. So we're now at a 40% reduction from the existing lawn. And we also looked at what kind of water conservation this reduction would provide. And we've calculated that it would be a 56% reduction in water use from the existing situation to this new proposed layout. So if you'll continue to the next slide, this shows the tree disposition plan. We've had an arborist report involved, and he's reviewed the proposed grading and found just a slight bit of intrusion on the critical root zone shown in green there on 2 of the oaks. And he's requesting, he doesn't consider that to be significant, but he is requesting a mitigation of providing 2 24-inch box oak trees. And our 2 36-inch box oak trees he's requesting. And our existing plan calls for 5 60-inch box oak trees to be provided anyway. So if you'll continue, and if you want to just know what trees we are proposing to remove, the 2 on the left are a very unhealthy jacaranda and giant bird of paradise. And the 4 on the right are 3 yuccas and a evergreen pear. So none of those are protected or native trees. This shows just the demolition of the paving, proposed paving. The next sheet is the grading plan. And we've reduced the cut and fill numbers to a net of 644 cubic yards. And I also want to point out that the retaining walls at the concave end of the lawn are between 2 and 4.5 feet tall.
Each or cumulatively, please?
Pardon me?
2 to 4.5 feet each or 2 to 4.5 feet cumulative?
Well, there's two. We go back to that retaining wall drawing. You'll see there's an inside wall, which is a seat wall height at the lawn area. And it varies from 3 feet on the left-hand side to 4.5 or 4 feet on the left-hand side to 3 feet high on the right-hand side. And the secondary terrace wall is 0. It dives into the grade on the left-hand side, and it's 4.5 feet on the right-hand side. And we have an elevation drawing showing what this will look like.
About 9 feet total on the right-hand side.
Well, 4.5 plus 3, but there's a terrace level in between.
Thank you.
This is the paving plan showing the, if you scroll up just a little bit, you can see the materials proposed. Scroll down a little bit, sorry. We're using a native Santa Barbara stone for the retaining wall cladding and a Santa Barbara paved flagstone for some of the walkways. A slightly colored concrete with a top cast finish for some of the walkways, and a tile for the living room terrace, which is original to the existing house. Okay.
You done then? No.
This is an elevation drawing from below the lawn where you can see the terraced walls we're proposing in order to flatten the lawn to a 2% slope, so relatively flat. This L202 shows the small utility area we're proposing in the upper right-hand corner. You can see on the irrigation plan below, the upper right-hand corner shows the utility yard. It's a 240 square foot space, open to the sky, will be screened with planting, and it involves a 5-foot retaining wall on the uphill side. And then we have a 42-inch guard wall around it, which will be painted, will be plaster and painted with a Benjamin Moore creamy color, which will match the house color. Irrigation plans are all worked out and calculated, and the next sheet shows the Wello calcs. The maximum allowable is 291,857 gallons per year, and our proposed water use will be 269,832 gallons per year. And I might mention the existing, if we did nothing to the lawn, is we estimate it's taking 314,952 gallons per year. So this is a significant water savings from existing. And then the next sheets are just the irrigation equipment. We're using a smart controller with the rain sensor, so we'll be able to manage the water with the latest technological advances in irrigation equipment. This shows the tree planting plan with the 5 oaks. 2 of them are called out as the mitigation trees. And then the shrub plan materials. None of this has changed from before. These are some hardscape details and planting details. And finally, we have the lighting plan. There was some concern that we had too many lights last time. And so we've reduced the number of lights to 3 moonlights, 2 watts each per oak tree right around the house. 4 oak trees at the house. We'll just have these 3 minor moonlights. And then we have some path lights at the, just for health and safety, path of travel along the paths around the house. There is also some wall lighting in the utility enclosure. And then a couple lights along the stair walls. And then the stair cheek walls. And then the last image there is a heating element at a enclosed patio area. And that completes our presentation.
Yeah, while we're on this, so are you saying you have 3 downlights in 4 trees, so you have 12 total?
Yes.
And those are up against the house? And those are up around the house, it sounds like.
Those are around the
Let's see
house.
there.
You can see them there to the left of the
3
living room
and that's
terrace, 3 of them,
far right over
one
there.
over to the right.
Are you gonna need railings on that curved wall? Because you've got some 4-foot drops there. Are you gonna have to do railings on top of those?
Well, the 4-foot drop is the lower terrace, so that's not a pathway, or that's not a pedestrian area.
We
The-
have the upper terrace then is gonna be less than 30 off the road.
Yes, and then we have a little seat wall height there, just an 18-inch high wall there.
And are you proposing any planting? I'm not sure what's below that to see that curving wall. Are you planting that stone wall
Yes.
out to kind of go away? I didn't see a planting plan showing plants.
We sort of swimmed right by those planting plans, but there are, if you scroll back up, we can look at the shrub plan for that area.
And can anybody see that wall from down below, the neighbor, the street?
No, you can't see the site from down below.
David, next to them.
The street, the public street is quite far below, quite far to the south.
Is that ground covers? What, is there something vining up on the wall? I can't tell what's.
If you zoom into that hatch, you can see what the materials are proposed for that area. Let me just.
So it's a big thick shrub of some sort there.
Sorry, let me just find that plan here. We have a mix of Archistaphyllus, Mimulus, Myoprim, rosemary, and agaves for that hillside mix, which is around the base of the lawn and between the two terrace walls.
How tall are those grow typically? 3 feet tall or something like that? How tall are those?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
How tall are those plantings?
Well, the agaves will be about 2 feet tall and will get larger. The Howard McMinn grows to about 4 or 5 feet tall. The Archistaphyllus and the rosemary is a draping rosemary that would spill over the lower wall.
And then on the building, Elizabeth, you are showing that are you replacing the Juliet balconies with shorter ones? Is that what you said? Did I understand that correct?
So on the left-hand corner of that facade, there's a larger one that wasn't original. And so what we're doing is we're adding another French door. And so we're 2 Juliet balconies. And so we just made them 6.5 feet on each side. So we reduced the one that was up against the corner. We were trying to get them to match, and I wasn't going to be able to make a corner one on the other side. So we just reduced them.
Okay, but the railings will have to be 42 because they're new railings, right? You showed 36 on your detail there.
Right, and it's a historical house, so we get to use the 36-inch height.
You can do, okay. And then last question is, there's on the south elevation, David, I don't know if you can find back there what sheet that
I
was.
think it's page 10 or PDF, maybe 10.
You show drop, you know, you adding that door there on the proposed south elevation.
Right, so that would
yeah.
show up on the landscape plan. So if we want to go back to the landscape plan, you'll see how we're treating it.
Is there a railing or what's happening on the site? So maybe we should go back to the site.
Yeah, there's a railing that exists there now. They're going to replace to match the original railing.
So, well, I
You
mean,
go
this
to
is a new
page 20.
patio that's extending out right here now.
Yeah. So go to page, what page?
Page 20 shows the elevation of that with the railing and the retaining walls. If you zoom into the house, it's a simple vertical picket guardrail from the historical photos.
Is that it there?
On the right-hand side.
Right there.
Right
Yeah.
over here?
Right there, see the.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
So it's where the new doors are. That if you see those stairs, that's the new door that we added.
Okay.
And there's the vertical drop. in front of it.
Got it. Okay. All right. That was all I had. Thank you.
Questions, Claire? please.
Can we go back to the lighting plan? It looked to me like you were putting 3 lights in each tree.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that, okay, fine, then.
Yes, that's correct.
You don't have to go back. That was my question is, you know, are you putting 3 lights in each of those trees? And then, that's it.
The lighter questions, please.
Can we go to the opening shot when you circled in red trees that are going to schedule for removal?
The tree disposition shot.
I think that's 14 or 15 of the PDF pages.
It's page 16, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, there.
Right here.
Up there and there's up there, yeah.
So on the left, you're pulling a jacaranda. What was the other one?
Giant bird
And
of paradise.
why are those coming out?
The jacaranda is doing very poorly. It's not aesthetically attractive and quite old. And the giant bird also is not part of this sort of, we're bringing things back to more of a native landscape with the oaks. So we're planning to add new oak trees in that area so that it didn't really work with the more native plant palette we're proposing.
So is this where the mitigation of 5 16-inch box oaks was coming?
Yes, exactly.
No, it's the mitigation is just because we're adding a little bit of grade to underneath the oaks, a couple of the oaks. So it wasn't for these. The arborists didn't have any issue with these 2 trees being removed.
That's right.
So these are being pulled for aesthetic.
And I think the jacaranda is pretty close to the swimming pool, so it's always dropping leaves into the swimming pool and to the pool deck.
Okay, and the 4 up in the upper right?
The 4 up on the right are where we're proposing the utility enclosure for the house. That includes a generator and a transformer and air conditioning units, etc.
But what are the trees that are being removed or the shrubs?
I'm sorry?
What are the shrubs or trees that are being removed? Can you identify those?
Yes. Those 4 trees, 3 of them are yuccas and 1 is an evergreen pear.
3 are what? I'm sorry.
Yucca.
Pardon?
Yucca.
Gotcha. So where are these mitigated oaks going?
Oh, if you go to the planting plan, which is down farther, sheet L400, past the irrigation, yeah, right here. You'll see the 2 on the lower left is what we're calling the mitigation trees, but we're adding 5, and he asked for 2. We're adding 5 60-inch box oaks, and the arborist requested 2 36-inch box oaks.
So I'm sorry to beat this, but I'm still not clear. I thought you were not going to be you're doing two 36-inch mitigation and 5 60-inch box mitigation for a total of 7 mitigation trees.
No, so
Go ahead.
the historian's recommendation were that we plant two 36-inch, but the original plan from the very inception was to plant 5 60-inch oaks. So we are providing more than what the arborist had recommended.
I understand. So and I apologize for beating this, but the 5 gray circles, those constitute our 5 60-inch boxes.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're adding 3 more than what the arborist had initially recommended.
Those are there. Okay, great. Secondly, the retaining walls, essentially, if you're below, this is stepping, essentially one is lower than the other, so there's steps.
Yes.
Walls.
They're terraced.
Okay, and then lastly, so where did we end up square footage wise on lawn?
We're at 58. Sorry.
I think it was a 40% or 42% reduction in what's there now. Not quite half, but
We're
a
at
lot less.
Yeah, 5,800 square feet.
And what was the original, Mary, if you can?
The original is the current is 9,775 square feet. We're reducing it to 5,802, which is a 40% reduction.
And all this fits into your WELOs now?
Yes, the WELO calcs take into account this 5,800 square foot lawn.
And you're within now the 269, you're within your WELO.
Yes. Yeah, we're below what WELO says. We're not up by, I think, about 20,000.
Okay, thank you very much.
Claire, did you want to ask another?
Yeah, I did. I'm just a little confused because we keep talking about mitigating trees, but are you actually removing any oaks?
No.
No.
Okay, so this is your mitigation is just, yeah, so it doesn't have to do with oaks or mitigating the removal of oaks. That you're choosing to take out trees and you're going to mitigate with oaks. Is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really.
Yeah, that's what I
tried. Right.
What we're talking about.
Questions, Tip?
No questions.
Questions, Robert?
Do you have architectural details and civil? And if so, could we kind of move this?
We're on for preliminary. That's.
Well, I think she put us on for concept preliminary rights. Yes, on page 9 of the PDF, we've got the window and door details that we're matching existing. And
we also have the civil documents in this set. Starting at C-00, page 17.
Okay.
It's really a full
the
set.
wrought iron balcony railing details.
They're not on
we
for
have-
final.
We
I
don't
know.
have that as part of the set. We have that designed though. We could show you a historical photo that we're matching, although we're going to update it to current code.
Okay, no, yeah, no more
That would-
questions.
Page 19 has a drawing of the proposed ornamental iron guardrail, page 19.
so in the historian report, there's photos of the original house and the railing, and they're probably, they look like they're about 12 inches apart. So we're matching just the simple vertical pickets that it has, but closing them up so they're not as large.
If you zoom into the lower left images, the one on the lower right is the guardrail plane elevation. Not easy to do, but you can see it's just a simple vertical picket. 42 inches high, 4 inches on center.
Is that it, Robert? Okay. This board is concerned about landscape moonlighting. If in our great wisdom, we thought that the number of tree lights goes from either 3 per tree or even 1 per tree, would you find that acceptable, please?
Well, 1 per tree will not provide anything. It's only 2-watt fixture.
Okay.
So if you're asking us to remove all the moonlights, then we'll have to provide some lighting on the living room terrace. Currently, we're proposing that those 2-watt moonlights provide the ambient lighting for the terrace.
Would 2 be acceptable, or must you have 3, please?
No, 2 would be acceptable.
Thank you. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 4, 900 Knollwood Drive, please?
Not seeing any hands up for this one.
Okay, so comments. Let's go back through it. Bill, please. We're on for preliminary.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can make a motion, I suppose, if everybody was okay with it, but
Everybody ready to express this one too? Everybody?
okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
I
go
would
ahead.
move to give it preliminary approval as drawn with the note to reduce the number of tree lights to 2 per tree versus 3. So that would be 2 at 4, that's 8 total lights. And come back for final on consent.
On consent, yeah. Is there a second, please? Okay. Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Good job, Bill. Okay, item number 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now. Okay, Rancho San Carlos. Okay, so there are several comments here. Let me read them. MBAR appreciates design team's effort to maintain original architecture, restudy gable doorway on west elevation, restudy garage doors, look for options to maintain carriage style. Add note the column details will remain. Concerns regarding amount of grading and the removal of oak trees. Restudy grading, look for alternatives that will allow the retention of as many oaks as possible. Provide site sections, restudied landscape plans, consider removing, modifying large expanses of flat landscape areas. Consider utilizing, reusing existing materials, paving site walls, etc. So we are on for, what are we on for here? Further concepts. So we have had several site visits. I want to thank you for taking the extra time for the 3 members that were over here. And the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you. Am I on? David, could you pull up the PowerPoint presentation, please? So as the chair mentioned, we've done a couple of site visits. We haven't had one with everybody, so we just want to kind of bring everything back to where we are right now. This is the entirety of the property. The main house lot, which is what we're looking at today, is the white kind of funky shaped piece in the middle there. And that kind of gives you a good idea of where it is in relation to the entirety of the property. We have, based on the site visits and the comments from the last 2 meetings, we looked at the grading, the landscaping, and made some tweaks that we think the board will be happy with. I did want to just take a couple of minutes since I wasn't able to attend the last meeting and just kind of walk through the process that this has gone through. So these owners purchased the property in July of 2020. Well, started looking at the property in July of 2020. They closed in October, but from the beginning, they have compiled this team, NBW for the landscaping, Tim Barber Architecture, who is office has worked on 3. This is the 3rd Reginald Johnson project. And from the get-go, there has been a lot of attention and detail paid to keeping the the historic and the original feel of this property and doing really careful job of that. That's very important to the owners. At the same time, this is going to be their residence. There are mobility issues, both from a younger generation and aging generation. And so as we look to honor the original architecture and the original landscaping, there is also just the practical nature of this will be, you know, a home and not a home from 1913. So we have Katie from Tim Barber's architecture firm and Ian from NBW that will walk you through the things we looked at based on your comments and kind of where we landed with everything. We are here for further conceptual because we have to go to Montecito Planning Commission for an as-built development plan, because even though we're not changing the size of the home, it exceeds what is allowed without a development plan. So we cannot get preliminary from your board until we go to MPC. So our hope is that we get you to a level where you're comfortable with us coming back for prelim and final after we go to Montecito Planning Commission. And with that, I will give the floor to Ian.
Thank you. As Eva mentioned, this has been a long process. So hopefully the documents, a long design process. So hopefully some of the drawings that we've put together here help share what has informed our research-based design process. And as Eva mentioned, our firm does a lot of work on culturally significant projects, including Filoli Gardens in Woodside. We have cultural historians and ecologists on our staff who are actively engaged in the design process through the research phase, collaborated with post-Hazel team in making sure that this maintains the integrity of the original design. So the plan that you're seeing here shows the main house lot. It is an interior lot on a 236-acre property, and the main house lot is just over 5 acres. Next slide, please. At our last meeting, there was a question about the view from Ortega Ridge Road. And so here on the plan on the right shows the view from Ortega, the main house, which you can see called out in the image on the left. There's just a peek of the roof and the living room and the library over the existing oak trees. Next slide, please. So this diagram shows the changes that we've made based on some of the comments that we heard from our last meeting and some of the feedback from the various site visits. On the left, in response to reducing grading, we have removed the paths going around the octagon to the north, and then where it says path removed, no regrading, we've removed the path coming down from the octagon to the west motor court. Likewise, to the south, we've also removed the path and terrace. Sure. Yeah, sorry, I was just figuring out which button does which. Here, yep, that path came through and connected over, and there was a terrace extending off of the living room that was requiring one of those trees to be removed. Our work on all of our projects tries to be very sensitive about oak trees. Currently, we're working on the Angel Oak Preserve in Charleston. We're working on a number of projects in Houston, including at Rice University, where the oak LAs are one of the signature pieces of campus, and all of our work here in California. So the design that you're seeing here has been iterated over a year and a half or more. And I think when you look back, or when we looked back at the number of oak trees the designs were originally impacting, it was well into the double digits. So we felt that our original design had made great strides to reduce the impacts to the oak trees. And based on the comments from the board, we have found some ways, as mentioned, to further reduce that by keeping that one tree and also reducing the impacts to an additional tree through the reduction in grading. And you can see the grading quantities and the change listed on the right. So the initial cut was 3,380 cubic yards. Based on the reductions in grading and scope, you can see we're down to 2,450 cubic yards. Next slide, please. At the last meeting, there was a request for further clarity on the trees that are being impacted. So you can see here, tree number 37 on the north and tree 50 on the south were removed as part of the deferred maintenance. As Eva mentioned, this property was purchased we started this project in 2020, And the property had been left relatively uncared for over 20 years, plus the 6 years that it was on the market. So almost 30 years of deferred maintenance had caught up, and we had quite a task cut out for us. Tree 40 and tree 51 are both being relocated on site, and we're also mitigating for them as well. Tree 51 at the West Motor Court has to be moved for fire access. Tree 40 on the north, as you'll see in some of the historic photographs coming up later, was not an original tree. It has grown up in that place due to the deferred maintenance. And then likewise with tree 35 and 34, you can see in the images on the right, those are both growing out of the existing wall in close proximity to the wall. As our arborist report had noted, those are in fair condition. If the property had had ongoing maintenance, those would not have been allowed to grow in this location. Tree 35 in particular is quite encroaching on the wall, and several other trees in similar conditions in the property have fallen over in the past couple of years in storms in the winter. And so removing that is a health and safety concern for the gardens proximal to the family's wing of the house. Next slide, please. This diagram shows where tree 51 and 40 are being relocated in coordination with our arborist, enhancing the other oaks that are on the north side of the lot. And we mentioned this to Elida when we were on our site visit, but we are working with Cal Western as the landscape contractor, and they have a broad expertise in this. We're fully confident they will be able to move those large oak trees successfully. The tree mitigation for the main house is being done on a separate lot. It is over on lot 18 for the recommendation of our arborist and ecologist. The trees that you can see on the right, we have 28 trees that we are mitigating for the full 10 trees that we previously were impacting, even though we have reduced that to 8. So enhancing the riparian corridor along Romero. Next slide, please. One of the main comments from our last meeting was about materials. And as Eva mentioned, this is really intended to be a family estate and accommodating all mobility needs from strollers to walkers, wheelchairs, and a cane really has been our primary focus as we think about new materials. Wanting to maintain the existing or maintain a similar color and character to what's there, but with fully accessible materials. So on the right, we looked at these with Claire and Elida and Teep on our site visit, but you can see the existing 3 pieces of stone with a very rough finish. Those materials on the right, full range of color and finishes, really maintaining that rustic feel of 1920s construction through some of the wider joints, snapped edges. All material will be salvaged and stockpiled on site as reasonable. A future owner could put that back if they were interested. And based on some of the comments, like we talked about on site with Claire, we have found some ways for reusing some of the existing stone to the north. Next slide, please. Another slide showing the existing stone. There's a broad range of colors, materials, joints, and we're looking at a complementary palette based on the different program of the garden rooms around the house. Next slide, please. A small but important detail, looking at the joints and calibrating those to the areas where you want to have tables and chairs, having a finer cleft to the surface, maybe cut edges and tighter joints, getting a little bit rougher with the bush hammer at some of the fountains, and then really maintaining that split face and the more rustic finish on other areas where possible. Next slide, please. This is some of the existing stone at the north that we have found other homes for at that north octagon garden that you'll see. I'm just highlighting how rough and uneven that stone is. Even if we were to put it back, it would not be an accessible surface. Next slide, please. The full suite of materials being proposed, complementing the existing stone, similar warm tones. Next slide, please. At the West Motor Court, we spent quite a bit of time here on our second site visit. A couple of the things that we noted were The brick appears to be wire cut. I think it's something you pointed out, Claire, not appearing to be original to the house. The original plans, and we have a image of that on the next slides, shows brick banding around the motor court. So some of our brick banding is introducing a material that's intended to be there. The exposed aggregate concrete, I believe the board had a comment of how that would complement the stone. So you can see an image of that. Number 2 in the middle, and we have a sample of that in person if anyone would like to see it. But an exposed aggregate concrete, maybe a little bit of a darker purple color, but maintaining the aggregate visible in something like you would see at Casa de Herrera. Next slide, please. This is showing more detail for where the stone and the bands on the bottom. You can see the brick banding that we work with the Hazel team to incorporate into the motor court paving. And then a perspective from the southwest corner, looking back up at the house, the rustic cobbles, the stone bands. And on the right, you can see the original design drawing showing the large stone bands wrapping the perimeter of the motor court. Next slide, please. And then moving around to the dining terrace on both of our site walks, we followed the same route. So everyone had the same experience. Coming around there, we stood and looked out at the dining terrace. And these are historic photos that we have been looking at for inspiration. Next slide, please. This shows a rendering of the view from the dining terrace looking out. So again, maintaining a formal garden inspired by the grass parterre, but not putting grass back in, having drought tolerant planting, maintaining a focal view out, connecting to the agricultural space beyond, and really trying to draw on the precedents that would have inspired the Spanish colonial style like Bagafin and other Moorish and Islamic gardens. Next slide, please. At the East Motor Court, this is where the family is going to be coming and going on a daily basis. And so having this be accessible has been crucial. So we are keeping the cobbles at the existing driveway where they come down as noted with number 1, stopping that at the columns and then transitioning to new materials. So like at the West Motor Court, having exposed aggregate concrete delineating the vehicular portion of the motor court, and then a blend of Cherokee stone in buffs, browns, and some of the blues that start to draw on the similar color palette as the brick that was there. We mentioned this to Claire and Elida on our walk. We did some tests with the contractor of removing the mortar and trying to reuse it, and that led to damage to the cobbles. It's just so thick and so set on there. And also the wide variety of sizes with those cobbles made it impossible to set those back in something that would be accessible. Envisioning coming out of the garage, traversing that to the door, back and forth multiple times a day, really needs to be something that is smooth and easy to traverse. Next slide, please. A recap of the proposed railings that we reviewed, the tall 8-foot railings on top of the terraces going up from the West Motor Court, proposing to change these to lower, still fall height code compliant railings, but matching some of the quatrefoil and other patterns that we see on the railings around the house. Next slide, please. So then moving up to the family wing of the house, seeing 2 historic images on the right, looking at the formal spaces around this area. The existing historic walls and existing walls are in red. Tree 40, which is one that we were proposing to remove, you can see is on the right side of the bottom image, but it's not there in these historic images. And you can see the walls stepping up, low terraced walls in the background. Next slide, please. That was the 1930s. By the 1980s, the gardens had mostly been removed, replaced with lawn, extending all the way up to the dog kennels to the north. Again, tree 40 in its historic location here. There's no tree here. Was grown based on the deferred maintenance. And then in the plan on the left, drawing your attention to the blue dashed lines, which are the proposed walls. So starting to see the overlay of existing versus proposed. keeping the low stepping of those walls, working with the topography, which you'll see in the sections coming up. And then on the right, the main area where we're creating some cut is here where the proposed wall call out is pointing. Next slide, please. I think in the compilation of all of these together, you can see the ways that the proposed design is creating the one flat area adjacent to the family wing of the house. You can imagine 4th of July cookouts here, grandchildren playing, doing exercise, going for your daily walk, and reintroducing some of the scale of planting. Like you can see the Italian cypress on the left and on the right, some of the multi-stem trees, bringing back the scale of the house to a landscape of what was there originally. Next slide, please. And making sure that this has some space for family use. As I talked about, also play, there could be badminton or croquet, very accessible. In the image on the right, some lawn and then some clipped topiaries. These are two sections of the lawn garden, one looking west and one looking east. You can see the proposed walls are 3.5 feet tall, matching the same height portion of the existing walls. Next slide. And then as we move around to the octagon garden, there was a comment from the board the last time about the formality of the gardens. And so sharing some of the historic photographs of this space with low clipped hedges, roses, and tall cypress. And then the precedent images that we've been looking at. So creating something that was complementary to the look and the feel of how those gardens originally were organized. Next slide, please. This is an aerial rendering looking from the southwest up to the octagon garden. You can see the cypress, clipped hedges, and roses in this octagon garden. I think one of the things to draw your attention to is there is a differentiation of spaces. I think that was a comment from the board as well last time, of having some open lawn that you can see a peek of off on the right, and then some smaller, more discovery spaces meandering with a cocktail before dinner, grandchildren playing tag. And the octagon here in the center, being inspired by the existing octagon forms that are out there of the walls, rotated ever so slightly to maximize some views out to the ocean. Next slide, please. And here you can see an overlay in the red dashed lines of the proposed octagon and the proposed walls overlaid with the existing. This is not the first design that we had for this space. It's not the second, and it's also not the third. It's been close. We showed Claire and Elida some images of the previous designs that were here, and we've been working with the client and the full team to come up with a design that is very sensitive and responsive to the site. After we removed the melaleucas that were here, this was the one area adjacent to the family wing of the house that did not have trees on it. It had a little bit of grading required to make a space. So really tailoring the size and the proportion of this garden to the open space on the lot. We've noted this previously, but the existing wall caps will be reused for the proposed walls. Next slide, please. And then again, as we had on the first slide, highlighting some of the differences between these two as the design has evolved, and in response to the previous comments, the path on the west has been removed, reducing grading. The wall heights have been reduced, and has also resulted in being able to remove some of those walls. And we've also lowered the octagons, reducing the number of steps in both, trying to create space that is accessible as possible. Next slide, please. And then showing several site sections. These are both north-south, looking to the west. The red line is the existing grade. The red boxes are the proposed walls. So the proposed walls were the same height as the existing, just pushing them back a little bit, creating a little bit more room around the house, but maintaining the same low integrated walls, stepping with the topography. Next slide, please. The previous design that we looked at, as you can see on the bottom, had taller walls, which naturally resulted in a less grading, but had a very different feel. It, to us, did not feel Rancho San Carlos. It did not feel like it was working with the topography. It felt like we were creating this large looming wall that started to feel almost more at a height of the building coming across. And so sticking with something where the walls were much lower, it felt integrated into the topography. Next slide, please. Next slide. And then ending up at the central courtyard, you can see on the left the full suite of materials, a broad range of textural expression through a number of different stone types and finishes. I think, Claire, you had a comment about this on site, that one of the exciting things about the existing stone and the reasons for reusing it is just the color and the light tone of it is unique. And so we don't feel that that is appropriate here just due to the roughness of that existing stone. But as you can see on the image on the left, we have found a number of stones that have a similar color range to them. And so we're reusing those here. So similar color palette, just more accessible finishes. Next slide, please. The paving around the central octagon is inspired by the basket weave pattern of the loggia, which you can see on the left, introducing some of the green tiles throughout, which draw from the tile that is in the fountain. Next slide, please. This is a rendering looking from the west loggia to the east, and you can begin to see the delineation of different paving finishes wrapping around the central octagon, the tile integrated in the fountain in the center, matching the same size and proportion as the existing. Now I'll hand it over to Katie for some architecture.
Thank you. As you recall, if you go to the next slide, the proposed exterior door, or the last design, included a proposed exterior door opening on the front gable at the second level terrace. When we began, the gable was draped erratically with an overgrown wisteria vine, making our initial asymmetrical design appealing. However, when the vines were cut back, the presence of that wide spare gable prompted our protection of it. We appreciate your comments, and we have embraced them. So now shown on this elevation, the primary gable facade is maintained, and the door has been relocated to the adjacent existing window opening, which you can see it's pointed out right there. It's to the left of the gable facade. In addition, the cable structure has been eliminated, and the new opening will be flanked by shutters on either side to make this facade as discreet as possible. We go to the next slide. When the home was completed in 1932, the East Motor Court with existing 5-car garage was designed as a service area at the back of the house. The chauffeur would park each vehicle, and the service staff would remove parcels. The existing garage door openings are only 7 feet 10.5 inches wide, reflecting smaller vehicles of that time. A 1932 Ford was approximately 5.5 feet wide. Times have changed. Today's vehicles have increased. A standard SUV, such as a 2023 hybrid Ford Explorer, is just over 7 feet 5 inches in width. That's almost 2 feet larger than in 1932. As you can see on this diagram, this is very tight, leaving only about 2.5 inches on either side. And this is if you enter the garage perfectly straight and centered on that opening. In a fairly tight interior courtyard, you can see the turning radius makes this difficult, especially at the first 2 bays. Parking will no longer be done by a chauffeur. It will now become the family's main access point to their home. It is essential to provide an accessible path for wheelchairs, strollers, and walkers. The shaded red section that you see highlights that there is limited trunk access to remove these mobility devices, and the existing brick piers on either end obstruct an accessible path from the passenger side of the vehicle leading into the home. To help better visualize this limited space, if you go to the next slide, Here's an elevation, which shows that today's vehicles provide an extremely restricted quarters. For these reasons, we propose to keep the modification from 5 to 3 bays. So we go to the next slide. The proposed modification doors will match the existing door paneling and will maintain the original design function of overhead doors, which was relatively new for that time. There are historic precedents for double and even triple wide garage doors from this era that include a panel design. And all of the options that we've explored, we received support from Post Hazelton on this proposed design. Due to the location at the back of the house, increased vehicle size, and the need for an accessible path, this alteration of the garage doors is a place where function should outweigh conservation. With existing doors to be stored on site, all these changes are reversible. We hope you can support this. We believe we have addressed your previous comments from site visits and meetings. And Evan, Ian, Tim, and myself are available for any questions.
Questions, Elida?
I don't have any questions. I've got a bunch of comments, but I have no questions.
Claire, questions?
Many times, I got all my answers after, and I really, because I think I shared this at our last hearing. I really appreciate you when you have to, come back and do the second site visit, because it actually really, the first site visit was, but then having be just Elida and I, and it was really informative, but that's why I was questioning. Kind of got what we thought. It took a while to get there. But, yeah, so I think that's thank you for doing so much.
Tip,
No questions.
Robert,
No questions.
Bill.
No questions.
There is some remarkably beautiful stone which does not meet ADA, just to use a shorthand. Have you found an idea of building new terraces that would be out in the landscape somewhere that would not be on a path of travel, if I could put it that way, that would then be able to reuse that stone and create new functionality, et cetera? Have you considered that, please?
Yes, at the North Octagon, we were talking about this on our site visit, but using that existing stone that you saw earlier, using that up there in some of those areas where it might be tucked aside in a bench at the northwest corner, if you don't mind flipping back to the.
Would that take all of the stone or 10%, or what do you think?
I'm not sure. Our goal would be to use most of that there in those spaces to keep it on site.
Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 5, 2500 East Valley Road, please?
Just looking for any raised hands on this. I don't see any for this item.
Claire has a previous engagement, so if, excuse me, Elida has a previous engagement, so if she gets up after her comments, that please expect that. So comments, Elida, please.
Well, I was very suspicious that this group called Central Casting and got the family of deer on there and got the grazing sheep. It was, did you guys see the deer and sheep?
No.
They did. Between the first visit and the second visit.
Oh my God, it's fabulous.
So given that this property was abandoned for 30 years, what this team has pulled together, and I'm a newbie on the board, but I haven't seen such a thoughtful design and respect for the original designs and going back to that. The solution which the board had promised with about the garage, I think you haven't made any change to that. What I saw, it's form follows function. You're gonna get cars in there. What else are my notes? And I understand that some of the oaks that are being pulled are gonna be placed, maybe not again on the 5 acres, but on other areas of the 2,500 acres, which was wonderful. And for some reason, I had it in my head that there was 13 oaks that were going to be pulled, and then only 5, and one has probably fallen down in the 3 weeks since we were there. So, congratulations. You got a plum of a project, and I have faith in all of you. It's a lovely job.
Do you want to kick off?
I do.
Okay, would you be supportive of strong, positive comments to the planning commission, please, before you leave?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll declare comments, please.
I actually don't have very many comments. I think that the team and what you've managed to create and the changes that you've going through the list, I mean, when we look at the list today, I got many of those things answered, and I think we got those resolved at the second when you were with Elida, and you've responded to all of that. And I just think this, as I've said multiple times, this is an extraordinary piece of property, and it's historical to Montecito. I mean, it's just this magical little place in Montecito that doesn't exist anywhere in the world. And I'm, ready to move this on, let the planning commission deal with it now, and then we'll come back for preliminary and final on consent. That's where I feel. I think it's there and ready to move on. And there doesn't need to be anything changed, in my opinion.
Comments, Tip?
Yes, I do agree with both Claire and Elida that we should send a strong recommendation to the planning commission for moving ahead for quick approval. Thank you. It wouldn't be quick, but I hopefully be quick.
Robert, comments?
Well, the magic is the seclusion and the historic nature, so I'm gonna defer to, as far as architecturally, to the historians, and the landscape architecture to the landscape architects on the board. But I would strongly support this project as well.
Bill, comments, please?
Yeah, I want to thank you. I appreciate all the work you put into it. It looks like it really shows in the product that you've got here. So I think it's a wonderful project, and I can completely support it as submitted.
I also think this is a very good project. And I would be strong support to the planning commission. Having said that, I'm not completely convinced that the paving areas have been as thoroughly thought out as they could be. I spent some time in Boston in a previous lifetime, and the Boston City Hall has got this massive brickwork. And one of the comments about that when I was even before a Cub architect was the fact that the smaller scale material added a more human nature to it. Now that's got wheelchairs and people on strollers all over the place, right? So I think that the exposed aggregate in particular is something that I think that you guys might want to think about. Now, that's not a deal killer, but I think that it is a material that's not fully consistent with the very rich patterning and natural materials that you have in other places. And I think that if you could bring that in, still have the accessibility, et cetera. And I think it's mostly in the drive aisle areas, but there may be a little somewhere else. Besides that, I think that number two, you should clearly state on the drawings that all of the excess material will be scattered on the site. It was not on today's drawings. And I think that the existing rock, I don't know what you do with it. It's too rough, I get that. Somehow that's got to get figured out into the site somewhere. Now, it may be on one of the other parcels, it may be on the driveway, it may be abandoned on the driveway, something. But I think that it's a remarkably beautiful material and it would retain the historical character, which I think this would do. So generally speaking, I think the NBAR has extremely high regard for this project. It feels that it is well thought out in all areas and encourages the planning commission to grant it approval as submitted. Now, when it comes back, do you guys want to leave it with Claire and I, or do you want to see it one more time here? And when it returns, preliminary final on consent. Okay. Thank you all. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Item number 6, Harrison Design, 250 Bonnie Lane. We are on for both preliminary and final today, please. If you will be up first on this, just to give you warning.
You're on the list.
Am I?
No,
He's
no,
number
he-
one for
he-
questions and comments.
Yeah, no, he just. Mix.
I mix everybody up so everybody gets a chance.
So you're first.
Okay, so we have seen, let me read the comments, please. Nice improvement over existing structure, confirm access complies with fire district requirements, study opportunity to reduce and soften extent of motor port, hardscape appears excessive, study opportunities to reduce hardscape. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bill Hull. I'm with Architect with Harrison Design, and on behalf of the owners, thank you for allowing us to present. So yeah, as you mentioned last time, we were here for conceptual, and we got
Mic closer to you. Yeah. Thank you.
thanks. Last time we were here for conceptual, and we got very positive comments on the architectural design, and then some, as you mentioned, some of these confirmations on some of the hardscape and fire district, and we'll walk through that. Just as a small recap, this is a big upgrade to an existing residence in the San Ysidro Estates area of Montecito, built in the 1970s. And it's an interior exterior renovation with a 1,200 square foot addition on the west side that is a guest bedroom and entry. Then there's a 460 square foot covered outdoor loggia added on the back, as well as landscaping improvements throughout the property. With the addition, we are sitting at 85% of the recommended maximum. So we feel this project is a modest project that still meets the needs of our clients. Why don't we go to the next page? So I think in the top right photo there, you kind of get a good flavor for what's there existing, the number E or letter E. So you can see some of the existing concrete driveway that leads up to the garage, nondescript kind of ranch style home. So our owners wanted to move in the Spanish colonial language and direction with the addition and the project. Next slide, or next page. So you enter the property off Bonnie Lane. We're proposing a new entry gate and replacement of the existing auto court with a pea gravel driveway with a brick banding. And then your really the addition, in addition to adding bedrooms, is also kind of creating more of a sense of arrival for the house. So you've got the entry on access here, and then you've got the guest addition on the side there. And then you've got the outdoor loggia on the rear of the property. And the landscape architect with me, Ryan Leahy, will touch on the rest of the landscape when we get to that. I should note on the south side of the property, one of the public comments last time was from the son of the neighbor at 240 Bonnie Lane, who was just had some questions as to the height of the project and where it would be looking in terms of their view back towards the mountains. So on the request of the chair, we did meet with the neighbor's son and walked the property, walked in their backyard, talked about the project with them. And at the end of the conversation, they really had no further comment and were satisfied that, you know, the one-story addition that we were proposing wasn't really a large impact to their property. And then just a small note since some of the comments were on the amount of hardscape on the property, that overall we worked with Civil to reduce cut and fill numbers from last time, as well as the net impervious area is a decrease on the site from what is there existing. Next page. Well, this was just our, so we did meet with the fire department and we got their conceptual approval. And as you can kind of see here, the size of the auto court is definitely looking at the hammerhead, and they were okay with not a perfect fit since we are at actually the pull in, pull out distance, but we did allow per their comments for acceptable amount of turnaround space. Next page. So this is existing. We can go to the next page. Existing elevations. We can go to the next page. So proposed floor plan. You can see just again the addition of the entry hall and the guest wing off to the west side there, as well as the outdoor loggia covered on the back. Next page. This is a roof plan. Next page. So here's our proposed elevations, which we further detailed out and studied, as well as got into the material and color board on the left side there. So white plaster walls, some doors and windows with the Santa Barbara blue color, dark stain on some of the wood elements, including the garage doors and where we have rafter tails, copper gutters and downspouts. Light fixtures to be wrought iron and glass, fully shielded and hooded per the dark sky requirements. And then new, one of the biggest changes on the project is going to be going from the asphalt shingle roof to the clay tile, which is going to require some structural upgrades. But that is one of the biggest things that's going to make a huge impact on the way the house appears. Next page. So we developed some sections. Next page. Since we're here for preliminary and final, we've gotten into some of the details and profiles. So you can see on this page some of the chimney details, corbels, cornice details, some of the decorative tile details. Next page. And then we also got into all of our typical door and window details, weep screeds, gable, ridge, hip. Next page. Yeah, and that's a small zoomed in of the tower detail on the front. And then our door and window schedule. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ryan, who's gonna take us through the landscape. So next page. Oh,
thank you. It's probably a different PDF.
Yeah, it's a separate PDF. There you go.
All right, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ryan Leahy. I'm the landscape architect with Harrison. And before I get too far in the weeds of this, pun intended, there are a couple of things. It's the color's a little off on this, but the green, the areas that are green on this are actually up here and over here. And I just wanted to mention that there's no lawn on this proposed plan. There's existing lawn that we're planning to remove. But those green areas represent, low water use ground covers or existing planting to remain. So the other color that is sort of hard to see is the color of this motor court, which is coming out of sort of a purple here, and this represents gravel, both by the bocce court and these series of gardens as you walk throughout the property. So as Bill mentioned, we have a pea gravel motor court. And then if you kind of put yourself in the center of that motor court, and to the left over there, we've got a citrus grove and vegetable garden. And then the idea for this property is that we have a series of gardens that sort of, speak to each other, but also provide different programs. So the entry garden, you'll see there's a lot of boulders there. Actually, when you're in that location, you can see the mountains in the hills in the distance. So the idea was to sort of relate to the distant mountains. Then we've got a citrus grove and vegetable garden, which the clients have expressed an interest in, organic plantings and having a citrus grove and using some of the vegetable gardens on site in their kitchen. And then as we go further on to the pool, this existing pool and north and south trellises, sorry, I'll point there. Previously it was all hardscape around here. And we've sort of provided cutouts for plantings to soften this area. And there was an existing lawn as well along the back here that we've created an olive grove and garden that leads to a bocce court in the back as well. So you can go to the next slide. So some of the details and additions that we've had is an outdoor kitchen that was on the north trellis in the previous site plan. So we've got an elevation of that. We've got an elevation of one of the water features in the courtyards, and then just another water feature and other various hardscape details for the property. So next slide. So this is our planting plan. And one other thing about this plan is that we've utilized mostly low and very low water use plantings. So our estimated water use for the site is actually less than half of what our allowable water use is for the site. So you'll see through this plant list that's reflective of the concept plan that the majority of these are low water use plantings. So next slide. This is our tree demo plan. We're not demoing any oaks. Most of the trees that we are removing are palm trees, and a lot of them have just been pollarded and the top has fallen off. They're just low quality material that don't really match the aesthetic. And then there's a couple of magnolias on the northern side here that are a bit more of a traditional plant, and they're really close to this new extension. So we decided to remove those as well. So next slide. Planting details. Pretty general. Yeah, next slide.
Keep going.
Not the funnest slide. This is our estimated water use, and you'll see down at the water budget calculations, we're at 111,000 gallons per year, and our maximum allowable is something like, it's 260 something, I believe. 236,000 gallons per year, so less than half. Next slide. We've just got our irrigation plan here. You can continue on next slide. I think these are just irrigation details. Keep going. Next slide again. Specs and notes. And then now this is our lighting plan here. So for our lighting plan, we've utilized mostly pathway lighting throughout the site with few tree mounted downlights. All of our lighting on the site is pointing down, and we've got an aiming note on this legend indicating that as well. So you'll see this kind of square with a dot in the middle of it represents the path light, and you can see that most of the site is lit by path lights with just a few accents in the trees to create a moonlight aesthetic at night. So next slide for the fixtures, and I think that's pretty much it.
And then we also have a civil as well, since we're here for final, and just.
I don't know that we need to review that. Anybody?
Okay.
It's a fairly.
Yeah. Yeah, the only, yeah, Agreed. The only,
Somebody else's job.
Okay, are you guys done then?
yes, thank you.
Questions, Tip, please.
I have one of the comments had to do with the reduce the amount of hardscape. Have you reduced any? It seems visually it looks a lot, but
So-
or can you give me the like a square footage of but we have an acre site about 43, 550, 560 square feet. And so you include the house and the hardscape, or what is it?
Of course, yeah. So, I guess one note on that is after we were talking the last meeting, I think there was a misunderstanding during the meeting that the auto court was, the proposed auto court was hardscape. So we've clarified that that was a pea gravel driveway that we're proposing. So the existing driveway is a concrete. We're proposing like a pea gravel driveway. And then the overall, so the total impervious area is a net decrease. So by 500 square feet. And that is inclusive of the proposed addition. So when civil's including it, the proposed addition is, whatever, 1,000, 1,200 square feet. So they counted that in new impervious area. And then even with that, we're 500 square feet lower than we were before. Does that help?
A little bit.
A little bit?
I think that comment too was mostly directed towards the pool area. We've created cutouts of plantings in the pool area as well. So I think that was sort of.
Okay, so let's move on to my second question. I'm trying to ask the question before other board members ask it. Can you tell me how many light you have outside?
How many lights?
Yeah, right. Outdoor lighting.
We don't include the counts on this. I'd have to count them and let you know later.
If it's more than 10, then maybe too many, but just, is it like 50s?
No, it's the pathway light that you're looking at.
Yeah, you're looking at the pathway. So these lights here. Oops, I don't know if I'm there. Yeah, so the tree lights are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, 13 tree lights. But most of the rest of this is
13 trees or 13 tree lights?
26 tree lights, 13 trees.
Very good,
Sorry about
thank
that.
you.
And then most of the rest of the lighting on this property is pathway lights. And if you go down to the fixture legend here, I'll show you which one that is, right? And this is like an 18-inch, I'm sorry, the next sheet, the fixture page. It's a low 18-inch high, pathway light, very low to the ground. And it's just majorly for safety. At night walking through the gardens or anywhere on the property. So minimal light.
26 tree lights.
And
Right.
1 acre.
Mhm.
And 1 acre.
Okay,
Is that it?
yeah, thank you.
Robert, questions?
Questions?
Claire, questions?
This is a perfect place because this area that's out front up here in the upper left corner. Yeah, that one.
Mhm.
What are those little lights indicating there?
So those are just directional downlights.
Those are directional down lights?
Yeah, so like a 24-inch light with a spotlight fixture that comes down. It's just a little stronger than a path light, right? And you could direct them sort of farther out because this is an existing concrete pad that was left there by the previous owner, right?
Why do we need that concrete pad? Are we in questions? right?
We are.
Yes. Why do we need that concrete pad?
So there's the pad there was a existing basketball court that was when we submit, so it has a hoop and I think it even had a light on top of the hoop. And so when we submitted, we told the owners this is probably going to come up and it did come up with planning. And so our planner informed us you're not allowed to have a sport court, the front yard. So we said, okay, well, how can we remedy this the easiest way? and they said, well, we're gonna have to remove the hoop and the striping as part of the project. And so that's what we presented
So
to the
now
owners. And so,
Cement pad.
well, yeah, and it could be used, as part of if
Well,
they're
I
hanging
get
out
what
in the.
you're saying, but what you're saying, and it is that we have a pad of cement right there.
Yes.
Correct.
I mean, it doesn't, okay.
For grandchildren to roller skate.
What?
For grandchildren to roller skate around on as you sit and watch
Whatever.
them.
I just want to, okay, fine.
Questions,
We're in questions. I'm not gonna make any comments. Yeah.
questions, Bill?
Yeah. Two-piece mission tile?
Yes.
Okay. And so you say you're doing gravel there in the roadway. Now, pea gravel, now fire department probably isn't cool with that though, are they?
That was what we noted on the plan with them. I think the slope is low enough that it's an acceptable material.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's the slope that's the issue, it's the compression, unless it's like a chip seal on top of something, maybe? Is that what it is? Is there a sub base to it? Anyway, that I think should be checked because anyway, I think is this area, this is existing, right? So you're not changing that, right? That
Correct.
portion.
We're widening it slightly because of the new gate and the widened gate that's needed for the fire department access. But it's a shared driveway off Bonnie Lane, so it kind of comes in and then splits, and half it goes to 250 and half of it goes to the
So
neighbor.
you're
there.
widening this edge then out? You're not going into the neighbors?
Right,
there,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, we're not going, yeah, we're not going to the neighbors.
Yeah, so I would have some questions about that. Then right here, it looks like your hardscape, well, your pea gravel right up to hardscape there. And is that what's going on there? See that little patio there? Is that right onto the driveway? So you have no planter buffer between the driveway and the patio?
So
Or am I
can we go
missing
back
something?
to the landscape, the conceptual plan? Instead of the
The
lighting plan?
first page.
First landscape page?
Yeah.
Or maybe yeah, it's a little easier.
Yeah, that area.
Yeah. So it's a brick band outside, the pea gravel's bordered by brick band, and then it goes into a small paved little sitting area.
No plant.
So no plants off that area.
Okay. And do you have the opportunity to billow these out a little bit and still get your maneuvering, you think, in there and take away some of this? Because it looked like the hammerhead kind of went in here and went in there, and obviously you have to walk, but maybe there's a little spot. Is there a possibility for?
Yeah, there's a possibility,
space?
maybe right around the front door that,
Yeah.
that it could come out a little bit
Yeah.
further. I would say
Just a
yes.
question, yeah. And then just to go, could we go the details real quick a little bit, David?
It should be the next sheet,
yeah.
sheet 2.
No.
Well, there's these, did you have a detail for that trellis? That's new?
That's an existing trellis.
That's existing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
all
just a
right.
new barbecue counter. and a
Okay.
pizza oven.
Great. And then go to the architectural details, if you will,
Way up,
or the other one.
It's probably a different PDF.
Different
actually.
PDF.
Oh, yeah.
right
Um,
there. Yeah.
I noticed it, yeah. I didn't see a lot of notes, if you go up one more, David, there, about, what is that a metal grill? What's happening there? Is this smooth plaster? Is this smooth plaster? What is this material that you have? What are all these materials happening? here?
Yeah, so I think that would be a metal cutout.
It's a
kinda like
perforated metal then.
Yeah, perforated metal cutout.
Okay. And then,
And then it's an all plaster surround.
is that a foam back or whatever?
Yeah,
However
yeah.
you're gonna do it, you're
Yeah,
gonna do it.
extrusion with,
Okay.
with plaster.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
It appears that your details are 2x6 walls. But I would have found that impossible on a structure as old as this originally. So in essence, are you saying you're tearing the building down?
Well, the new detail, like the new wall details are for mostly for the addition. of the guest house area. Can we go to the floor?
So therefore, you're using 2x4 walls with windows set in them? So they're not
Let's-
gonna have any
Can we go to the
reveal?
floor plan? It's 2 point. Yeah, right there. Oh, yeah. right there. Maybe zoom in a little bit. So the new addition is 2x6 walls, and then in the locations around the outdoor loggia, we're thickening up those walls, both for structural reasons, but also for aesthetics.
Guest
So
bedroom
that-
number 5 has a window looking out to the outside, 2x4, 2x6, please.
So that's gonna be 2x4, yeah.
Okay, so right at the front of the building, you're gonna have a second-rate Spanish remodel. Is that right? Because you just can't get the depth. Is that what you're telling me? I hate to be so.
No, he doesn't want to tell you that. Give me a break.
He wants
Probably
to-
furred out.
Come on.
Okay. Do I remember correctly that your firm was the one that did the project at San Leandro and San Ysidro Road?
Yeah.
We use that building as an example of what not to do on site walls now, because it's just so plain and so linear and so unarticulated. Can we go to the site plan, please? And the landscape site plan would actually be better, please. My sense of this building is that, or this site plan, is that the same pushing of the property line that you guys did at San Leandro and San Ysidro is being demonstrated here. And in particular, the bocce ball court and the no longer truthfully being told what that piece of concrete is up in the upper left-hand corner. Do you think that my comment is correct, that you're pushing the boundaries of this project, or why not, please?
Well, I guess my first reaction would be that the bocce court and the basketball court that's no longer are both existing elements that are remaining. So the bocce function is existing and we're just leaving it, and then we're enhancing around it. And then the basketball court discussion was simply that we didn't want to extend the project into that area. And so we presented to the owners what our options was to, re-landscape this whole area, or just take the hoop down and not have planning be concerned about it. And so that's the route that we went with that.
If I were to tell you that we had a project earlier today that was 2.52 acres and you're 1.3, so not quite half, and the total number of tree lights was 5, would you believe me, is the question.
Considering I was watching, yes, I would believe you.
Very good.
He knew it was coming.
Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 6, 250 Bonnie Lane, please?
Go ahead and raise your hand if you would like to speak on this item. Not seeing any raised hands.
Okay. We are on for prelim final. I'm going to jump ahead here just a little bit. I'm not so sure that this is ready for final, but that's a personal.
Nor am I.
opinion. That's a personal opinion. So we're going back in the same order. Chip, please.
Yeah, I think the architecture is very nice. So I definitely don't have any issue with the architecture, but I do feel the site is completely overdeveloped the way we just seeing it right now. I think that definitely, I think you can cut the paving by 1/3. That still look probably blow much more fitting into Montecito. That's number one, and then I'm to let Claire and John finish about the lighting. It's Anyway. Definitely,
What do you think about the sports court?
that's part of my first comment about the hardscape. It's just way too much. It's just, when you look at looking down, it doesn't matter if it's a gravel driveway or not, you look at that, and the building, you look at it probably, 70% the side hardscape or softscape. Not softscape, but hard and driveway. And even the motor court, I'm not sure that had to be that big. I know the fire truck turnaround is one of the requirements, but you have a new bedroom wings and you barely have some landscaping in front of it. It's almost like you're coming to another 3-car garage on the upper motor court. So those are my comments.
Robert, comments, please.
I'm not comfortable with the ex or current sports court in the front yard setback. And it would be too easy to convert to pickleball or something that could be a nuisance. And otherwise, I really think it's a nice project as long as you make sure you get, as was discussed, deeper reveals at those couple windows. It looked to me like you had like 12-inch walls at the new addition. And, you need at least 8 at those front bedrooms. And, to have this come off as a Spanish colonial revival. And the other really important thing is the roof. 2-piece tile is great, but I can't remember if there were notes about breaking the horizontal lines and varying the exposure and doublers and maybe an occasional tripler at the edge, some mudded up tiles here and there. I mean, if you're trying to create an old world look and you're spending this kind of effort, you got to make sure you get those details correct. But in general, I like the project. I just don't feel comfortable at all with the sports court.
Claire, comments?
We're calling the hunk of cement in the front yard the sports court. That's what we're all on the same page with that thing there. Well, my opinion of that is that it needs to go. It just needs to go. It doesn't belong there. There's no reason for it there. You've said already that, and so that would actually reduce some of the cement that is everywhere else. There's no reason to have it there. Then we can get on to the lighting plan. If we can get you get us to the lighting plan? Because you've got lights all around it. Well, all of those lights, I'm not approving this lighting plan until all of those lights, especially those, why in the front yard, then you have to have a hunk of cement that needs to be lit? For what purpose? I mean, really, in the middle of the night, who's going to go out there? And I got it. I know, but that's the thing, is you keep giving me these reasons to keep that thing, and then you want to light it up at the same time, So, from my opinion, as far as this plan, is that all of those lights need to go. I think, if you want to keep it, you should keep it, but you don't have any lights on it. I think it should go away anyway. Then we get to the mammoth amount of pathway lights, which clearly, you don't have to light every path on the property at any, that's craziness. Why do you have, so I have a problem with the amount of pathway lights, as we did in an earlier project, which you may have heard, which was actually Mr. Chung's project, which we actually reduced by half the pathway lights today.
Again,
Again, we'd already reduced them down, but today we reduced them again. And then I won't approve your project because I will not approve hanging lights in that many trees on this size piece of property. So I think that's all the comments I have.
Bill, please.
Yeah, while we're on the lighting plan, I agree with Claire. Clearly your tree lights for sure. One per fewer trees. Let's just put it that way. We don't really like them around the perimeter, so I would certainly take those off that are around the property line. Interior lot is okay, a little better. You don't have a lot in your
Why
interior.
take them all away, anything along the property line?
Yeah. So I would reduce them to one and maybe end up with 5 or 6 or 7 total tree lights, again, away from the property line.
You're being unfair to our previous client. It should be 3 if we follow the same idea.
Per acre,
No,
per
3.
acre, yeah. Yeah, based on acreage. And then, of course, the path lights too, so I think those should be reduced as well. The sports court, I'm guessing that was not permitted, so that's probably why we're talking about it in the first place, so I don't think it would be good to have it, so maybe you could reduce it down to a little patio area there, again, pulling it off the front property line, and maybe they could saw cut it and use it for something like a little space. Yeah, ideally getting rid of it's probably easier. The details too, just add notes to those details so we know what you got going there. I like John's comments too about the thickened wall, as Robert mentioned too, so that you got a nice reveal with the windows and doors. So where you have an existing 4-inch wall, for that, so you can get it. And then in the court there, this front court, motor court, I think you can pull some of that paving, that pea gravel off the building there where it's not needed, and make it feel a little nicer, because I think you're going to feel like you're driving right into the house there with the pea gravel. And I would say, along where the new addition is as well, you can pull some of that back, and over there by bedrooms 5 and 6 or whatever those 2 were, pull that back as well and give a little more buffer for landscaping in there. And that is my comments. Thanks.
The reason we went to architecture school is so that we could get the various grades mottos. God is in the details. I'm not convinced that this is going to be a Spanish house the way it's drawn. And if you put this out to bid, I think you're going to get an unfortunate end result, and you guys will not be proud of it. I would like to see you actually sit down and consider every opening, proportions, thicknesses of walls, consider how this building is going to go together so it actually looks like a Spanish building and it doesn't look like a 1960s building that was attempted to be updated. And that's where I believe that's where we are right here. Now, if I'm wrong, I'd be delighted to be wrong, and I don't want that to happen. So for that reason, I would like you guys, I won't vote even for preliminary because of that in terms of the architecture and the landscape architecture. As I said, with the example of San Isidro and San Leandro, I think you guys just keep pushing the edges. And what we're supposed to do, the general plan, it's not really a general plan here, it's a community plan, maintain and preserve the semi-rural. I don't get semi-rural from this. Low intensity, I don't get low intensity, and it is residential by nature. Please think about this. How can you tone this thing down, please? There's no question in my mind that sports court should go. It was probably never permitted. I see no reason to legalize it here. I mean, I don't think it's doing you or anybody else any good. And if the kids want to roller skate, this is a dead end road. You know, I hate to bring it up, they can go up and on the driveway, and also they've got this roller rink there in the back around the pool. You know, it's a huge amount of hardscape back there, so I think that the site plan needs to be reconsidered. The lighting, if we are consistent with what we did before, and we've never really quantified it before, would be a total of 3 moonlights. I think that if you got them in the back, seems to me that you could make a very strong argument for 4, 2 to the east, well, to the right. I'm not sure which way north is on this plan, of the swimming pool next to the bocce court, and then bring the one that's down, not symmetrical, up. And then so you have 4 lighting that area, interior on the lot. I mean, but nothing else, and then just tone down the lighting. So, and we never talked about what
that
those guys are right there. Would you please tell me?
Those are just step lights.
Okay, very good.
Those are what?
Step lights down low. They're gonna
On the curb of the bocce court.
Those
yeah,
flow,
they're gonna
those
flow
ones that
across
just
the
flow
bocce
out,
court a little
okay.
bit. Yeah,
And then one of them is a bat signal. Each shine.
yeah, there you go.
Can I just ask a question? Is this lighting system set up so that the owner could turn on sections of the lighting, or does the whole thing light up all at the same time?
It would be on a zone system, yeah.
It would be on a zone
Yeah.
system.
So there'd obviously be more lighting on when there are people over, but day to day, everyday lighting. is
Right,
Low.
okay.
And then, you know, a lot of these, just if I could comment real quick, a lot of these areas along the perimeter here were existing elements that, you know, due to budget considerations, they're trying to keep in their place. You know, the owners love to play bocce. There's a beautiful hedge and neighboring trees all along the backside of the property there that we're not touching. And the idea was to keep them, you know, keep the impact to what it was existing minimal, which is why a lot of these elements are still on this plan. So.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
So it sounds like, and it sounds like obviously the lighting has to drastically change. That we
Absolutely.
hear loud and clear. That's
Start over again.
pretty straightforward. Also sounds like the court sport formerly known as the sport court needs to go as well. So that, and I understand that it'll reduce the concrete, et cetera. As Ryan was saying, for the backyard, almost all of that is existing. We're trying to soften it with a few pockets of the landscaping for your previous comments. But really, we don't want to make this an unraveling sweater of like changing everything. So we're trying to maintain what is there with just enhancing it. So if we kind of go in that direction and we're going along there, and the pea gravel driveway, we'll figure that out with the fire department as well. And just try not to change too much of everything all over the whole site. And as a site move with your other comments, including the front entry planter area and some of those things being massaged a little bit. That generally seems fairly straightforward to me and pretty doable if that's where the direction that you're saying to go is. The architecture, and while I agree we missed that front porch wall, I think for the most part, almost every other wall we considered in terms of the opening looking through, and the profiles we studied very carefully in terms of plaster profiles. I think the notes can definitely be upgraded. But I think a lot of this has been I'm fairly certain when we go look at it, there might be a few more things to add that we missed, like thickening the walls here or there. But most of them I think we'll have gotten already. It doesn't seem like there's any major complaint against where we're going overall design wise. And I was hoping that, assuming that we're hearing all that and those are part of the notes, if there was something that could get us preliminary with these minor changes that we'll highlight and show you how we adjusted and tweaked, and major changes in terms of lighting and the front yard concrete, I'm hoping that would be within the scope enough to be definable that we can kind of try to keep it moving, at least get preliminary, and come back to you with all these things. I think these are pretty straightforward.
Chip, what do you think?
Yeah, that's fine with me. Yeah,
You know, here's where I'm coming back.
Yeah.
You're coming back. Tip, go ahead.
You know what, you know, I mean, just looking at that site plan, it's just so many things that I think that, had to be changed. That's my opinion.
Have been changed.
Needs to be changed.
Oh, need to be changed, right.
And, you know, you can, I mean, I think definitely, I think we can grant preliminary, but we had to come up with very detailed conditions, comments that, and you know, if, you know, you want to go that route, I can support it, but it had to be, we pretty much had to list already, we discussed.
You know you can be in the building department right now, yes?
Well, we don't have prelim yet.
Yeah, you can go in the building department right now.
Without preliminary?
Yep. Who's the planner now? Kimberly, are you back? Joe?
Hi, Mr. Chair. I'm here, and I believe Olivia, the planner, is also here, so we can answer any questions you have,
They
but
can go
we
into
can
the building
confirm
department right now, correct?
that is correct. If you submit to the building division now, it's an at-risk submittal that, you know, since you don't have approval of your land use entitlement yet, but you can submit, yes.
Okay, so you can go in. So from my point of view, from functional, are we holding you up? No. And you're on for preliminary final today. From my point of view, let's go preliminary final next time. And because I think Tip is right. That site plan, there's something not right about that site plan. You know, and I think that I'm not convinced about all the details on the architecture. I think that you've got a third of the details you ought to have, maybe. And as you start looking around, you're going to start finding out more conditions so that you can describe it to the contractor and so that you're going to get the correct bid. So they're not going to scream and say, oh, the architect did it, it's going to cost twice as much. And then the owner's irritated with everybody. Okay, so, and I think that can happen between now and the next time you come back. And then, assuming that you take with as much care with the drawings as you did on that San Leandro project, what's the problem here? But I don't see that you've taken that care yet on this project, the
So-
thoroughness of it.
Can I just ask,
Yes, please.
because we're back to the line, but I mean, there's just the addition to the house is what we're really trying to get, but did this property have this kind of lighting before, or has this been added by you guys as part of the extension of the house?
Well, there's quite extensive existing lighting in the property. as
Oh,
well.
there is?
Yeah. Mhm.
That's why I was asking. 'Cause,
Well-
yeah.
Please. Okay, so I would like to make a motion for continuance with the applicant to seriously, thoroughly reconsider the site plan to provide, and drastically reduce the lighting that's shown. That's your word, not mine. And to finish detailing out the building. And I didn't pay very much attention to that garage door. That, you're gonna see that 100%. And that's one of the elements that will make or break the design. So you may wanna, you know, and get that called out on the plans. Is it a custom door? Is it a carriage door? You know? Okay,
But
so
that exists on the house though.
I don't
right?
know.
No, it's all.
Okay,
That's
so
not- okay.
I will make a motion for continuance, to continue the project for a preliminary final.
A second.
Is there any further discussion, please? Thank you, gentlemen, for all coming, and lady. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Item number I was for, I'm sorry. All those in favor? John's in favor. Okay, item number 7 is out.
Continue.
Number 8, we have a conflict with Bill, given that it's his
Recuse myself.
office.
Thank you.
So,
Robert, where are you
where's
going?
Robert going? Oh, I was, okay, well then
Okay,
we
so
have to
we're gonna-
stop.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break here.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back and it's now item number 8, 1950 Sycamore Canyon Road. Bill Wolf has recused himself, so who is presenting this? Joaquin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you are on
this is
for
Bill's
prelim
motion.
final. We saw this before. I
You provide a massing model?
Yeah, which they did actually, a small one to help stand the articulation. I looked at this and I'm basically okay with most of it. Do we want to express this thing or do we want to go through the same process? Everybody?
I did look at the drawing and personally, I don't have any comments or
Yeah, and I didn't look,
Did you have a chance to look at this? 1950 Sycamore. Can you just leave? Were you okay with this basically? My comment was landscape lighting, of course. I can't believe it.
Well, why don't we roll through this?
Okay, let's just, Joaquin, this is going to be a very brief presentation.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I can respect that as well. I could shoot through these really quick. Main thing on this site plan here, first of all, Joaquin Ornelas with Pacific Architects. And the owner, Ed Richards, is also available if there's any questions needed by the owner. The main thing on this one here is you could see where the new addition is on the left-hand side. It's squeezed in between those two. There's an oak woodland boundary line, and there's a sensitive, environmental sensitive boundary line to the north of it. So we are literally right inside that little area where it pinches in. You go to the left with your arrow, you can kind of see where it says new footprint area. Yeah, right there, it says new footprint area. You can see the two boundary lines that pinch, and our addition is wedged inside of there and try to stay within those areas. We can go to the next slide, probably slides as we, this is just the fire hose length. So I've heard that a lot in these hearings that I've been listening to. So it shows that on there. And a large site plan, we can also just a simple site section. Here's a floor plan. It just shows the addition that is once it's, I don't know if okay, there's the clarity. You can see where the addition is on the left-hand side. Remodel of the kitchen area and an addition that pushes down to the south as well there. Next slide.
The main concern was the articulation along that south wall.
Yes, along that south wall where the bedroom addition is, that's I understood that where that was. On the second floor, I'm not sure, John, if the last time we had the new shower that you see there and the master bedroom, if that was articulated and the shower went in to create that separation on that second floor. And we'll see the elevations. I'll show it there. Next slide. This just this is just a demo. Next slide. Next slide.
Let's get down to the elevations.
Yeah, that's right there.
Yeah, this thing, God, these crashed my computer too.
I can't PDF these and send them. They're too big. As soon as this thing generates, I really apologize for how slow this is generating. But on that south elevation, the concern was the articulation there, and that you saw how wedged it was inside between those two boundary lines. We kept that upper floor and second floor stacked on there, but that shower wall is set back to create some articulation there. But I could.
A massing model.
Yes, that might be a separate PDF. It's probably not on this PDF. But materials, lighting, night sky compliant. There we go. There's the PDF here. Okay. So I apologize for that purple flagstone. I don't believe it's going to be that color. Just generated that color. But yeah,
on the left.
There you go. That one on the left-hand side of that rendering, you could see the articulation of the three levels stepping back. And maybe initially, John, we had it so the bathroom was in line with the master bed.
This is much better in my opinion.
Thank you.
So go to details then, please.
Yeah, the details are provided as well. And while we're going to that, I just wanted to let you know that we have had since our last review, we've had a biological report. We've had that's been approved. We've had an arborist report. There was a sycamore tree that had to be removed. We've had it's in for flood determination right now, and we've had approval from the fire department. So all our details are provided for. We're going to do a hardy, non-combustible material siding. It's actually not siding; it's the shingle siding. And then the roof is a new composition shingle roofing, brand new windows, the aluminum clad windows. And it is kind of a salt box feel with the very limited overhangs. That's why the cantilever also didn't seem to work with this design. And yeah, as you keep continuing, these are electrical. I heard you say earlier, there's a civil plan. You know, there's the night sky compliant light fixture. You won't see the element of the light fixture. It's inside that housing you see up above there.
Where's the landscape lighting, please?
It was just, we just passed it.
That's the landscape lighting?
No, oh, I thought you said the lighting there.
No, exterior landscape.
We are now proposing landscape lighting.
Very good.
Yeah, after the last one.
Joaquin,
Yeah.
Joaquin, are you done? Yes?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay,
There's
excellent.
no landscape plan with this. then.
There is a landscape plan.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please, let's go. look
It's
at
coming
that.
up right after the civil plan. It's one more. Right. And we got, you can see the probably zoom in a little bit, but right there on the,
Got your,
left-
you got your wheel counts and all that is on here?
yes, we do. It's right on the bottom left-hand side. There we go.
Okay, that's really all we really need to see.
Okay, so do we have questions?
That's it.
No, I
Any
don't have any
questions?
questions.
Do we have comments?
No.
Looks good to me.
And I don't have any hands raised.
Okay, so the color of that shingle wall, please.
It is, I can zoom in on that. It's you can see the number. I'm sorry, it's too small. I don't have it open right there. But there it is right there with a 64.79 LRV.
Okay. So are we ready for motion, please?
Yes.
Yes? Somebody want to make it? I made the last one.
Mr. Chair, if I could just jump in really quick. I got a note from the planner on this one, and he had asked that because this project is still not fully cleared from flood control, if you could withhold final approval and just at the most grant preliminary approval, that would guarantee in case there's any issues that do come up that it could return with any changes.
Do you want to do that or not? You know, if flood control blows a fit, it's going to affect the preliminary, not the final.
Can final come back to just a chair, John, or does it have to go to consent?
No, the whole thing, yeah, I don't think I can grant preliminary.
If it's just for flood.
Yeah, just for flood. Tell that to people over by.
I know it's
You give it preliminary, right?
Well.
Oh, it's
if
on the agenda.
flood,
it's on for final, yeah.
No, it's on for preliminary.
For preliminary / final.
push the whole building around.
You want to?
Mr. Chair, one of the things that could happen if the safe flood control, the planners indicate that it's unlikely that it'll need to make any changes, which is why we're comfortable with allowing it to move forward with preliminary. But in the case that it's unlikely that there are significant changes that need to be made, as long as you don't grant final approval, the applicant can return for revised preliminary. They just can't do that after final is given.
I will make a motion for preliminary approval as submitted. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed. Thank you. Item number 9. Michael, are you with us?
I'm here. Hello,
You want
everybody.
that to come back on standard or consent?
Consent.
Okay.
Okay.
Item number 9, 743 San Ysidro Road. It's on for preliminary. And there was a letter last time. Our comments will provide more fully developed site plan, depict existing and proposed landscape and hardscape, provide landscaping screening at game room along northwest property line, consider reducing the amount of lawn and incorporating drought tolerant plants. The design of the accessory structure needs to be refined and to reflect the design and details of the existing residence. Restudy fenestration. Now, Michael, were you the architect on that before?
Yeah, that was me. We've just had a bit of a hiatus on this project, but yeah, we're ready to present this. I think that if I'm ready to go, I can go ahead and give my
Yeah, go ahead, please.
plans, which we didn't have developed last go around. So the big update here is that the structures that we were looking at,
You're breaking
if you look at
in
that
and out, Michael.
page right there that says location of future ADU. Oh, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Sort of.
Okay, I might have to go and get a better signal here. Just 1 second. So there was an update to the plans that showed the ADU is going to be there was a structure that was next to the tennis court. Our clients decided that they want to proceed with that being an ADU, so we've taken that off of this review. So we're really just focused on the workshop, which is in that northern part of the lot, and then the expansion of the pool cabana. Architecturally, really the plans and elevations remain very similar in regards to the workshop that we're now calling in the north portion of the lot. If you want to go to the exterior elevations, I can kind of talk through those if you keep scrolling down. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's the one. So exterior elevations, really, I think that Chip had a comment about just adding some more details. So really what we looked at for the windows was adding a kind of stone sill that mimics the existing house conditions, and then adding some stone details around the arched opening. The arched openings are consistent with the existing house. There are a number of main entries that are arched. These are the only fenestrations on this particular structure, and then we've got a stucco wall finish with the clay tile roof, and then a copper gutter and collector box, which again is consistent with the language of the existing house. Then if you scroll down to the pool cabana, really I think we'd already reviewed previously we'd had a scheme before that had a flat roof. We've actually just gone back and I think this was already reviewed, but created a single gabled roof element with, again, clay tile roof. The additions here that we went and looked at was just adding some more detail at the corners. We're adding coins at the corners, the stone around the arched doorway, and then on the pool house today there is existing fixed shutters, so we're just mimicking that language. The fenestration on the front elevation, the west elevation, is those two windows are effectively existing, and then those infill windows and doors are new, and then we're just kind of mimicking that on the backside with those two windows on the east elevation, and then on the north and the south we're just adding a small window there with some opportunity for growing a kind of plant wall on those blank portions. If you go back to you can kind of scroll down and see the details there. We do have some exterior light fixtures. I just realized that we don't have a specification on that one. It would be similar to it would be a shrouded fixture, but I think we can get that specification over. That's kind of the only thing that we're missing. If you look at those details, you can kind of see the stone sill that we're referring to. You see the crown molding and the eaves that's consistent with the language of the existing house. And I'm going to pass it over to Liz, who can talk a bit through the landscape plans that are now kind of a bit more developed. And then this page is kind of our mood board, effectively showing the kind of details that we're mimicking in these new structures. Liz, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, everybody. Hello to the board. Yeah, so we developed the landscape plans a little bit further. The request was to provide screening by the workshop we did with a hedge. And then that's on the left of that plan, top left. And then also the request was to reduce lawn. So we did reduce the lawn by a lot over by the tennis court area. That all used to be lawn. And so now we're planting drought tolerant plant material just to color and to match with the Mediterranean aspects of the house. So yeah, if you want to scroll down the next page, you can see site images, and then there's more detail on the plant material. Everything on this plan that is hatched, we're going to be installing. Any of the white spaces, we're keeping everything that's existing. The only reason there's lawn shown around the pool is because there is going to be lawn, but the lawn was existing, so we're just putting it back because it was. So yeah, these are just site images of what is existing. We're going to stay consistent with the look. Some of the cypress we're still keeping, just keeping it very Mediterranean. Salvias and olive trees. Keep scrolling, and then this is just a list showing all the different locations that we are working on. Like there's existing oaks, which are in the brown mulch area over by the tennis court. We're keeping the trees on site, so we're not removing trees. And we're just adding very lightweight permeable paving. There is a hardscape page coming up that shows we have actually reduced the hardscape, and just adding flowering plants and some citrus trees for this nice little citrus grove. On the left, top left by the tennis court. That's fine. It's on the next page too. Repetition. Yeah, so same thing. This is just plant counts to show you, spacing of plants, just to not overplant. We're obviously keeping them the correct spacing. This is just zoom in details, information. This is the front entry. We're just updating. This is the area we're taking out the grass, keeping all that existing trees on the right. And this is the irrigation and WELO plan. We are under the necessary calculations for water. So if you look at the right, there are two menus. The MWA is the total is higher than the ETWU, so we are staying under the correct amount. And let's see, we have wonderful irrigation plan. We're doing drip everywhere, of course, bubblers on citrus trees. Only thing necessary for spray is lawn, just because we have to do that. And then we've got hardscape plan. The double hatch is all the hardscape that is existing. As you see, we're keeping the driveway, we're keeping the patio, we're keeping the tennis court, but we're actually removing a bit of hardscape around the old pool. You can see the old pool inside the new pool. And we're taking away some of the hardscape over by some of the dining area. And we're just adding some permeable paving, so they can get through the garden, right? That's the point of a garden. We tried to be very light on the lights, which sounds like that's something you guys are looking for. The only reason we put in lights was to literally just get them from one place to another place, just pretty much safety lighting. And everything is, down capped so that we can, definitely shine down. We've actually used these fixtures before in your area and they've been approved. So we wanted to make sure that we just keep it low lighted.
So it looks like 11 downlights in the trees, please.
Yes, I can update that.
Is that completed, please?
Actually, there's 9, I believe. Wait, hold on. 10, 11, yes, because we put 2 in that tree in the middle. Yes, we can update that.
Okay, are you done, please?
Yes, I'm done.
Yep, we're done.
Yes. Michael, are you done?
Yep, I'm done. Yep, thanks.
Questions, Claire? We're on. for
So,
three
so,
minutes.
yeah, so the lighting plan, and you say, you just label it down lights, but all of those lights are the down lights are all hanging up in the trees. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what are those trees?
they are oak trees, except for the one straight across from the pool, that's a magnolia. And they do all have shields. And there is a specification on the top right of the paper that shows the light.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, questions, please?
Is there coining and stone trim around elements of the main house too?
There's stone elements at the entrances, Bill, but the coining is an added detail. I do recall, and it was been a while since our last MBAR hearing, that the Chip had just comments about, maybe it was you as well, had comments around adding more detail because we didn't have the coining before. We kind of want to add an extra layer of detail and elaboration on that. But there certainly is stonework around the openings, which is similar to that kind of coining look, and around the archway. That's
The
consistent
stoning, I
with-
remember seeing, maybe there's some photos in there, David, of that. It looked like they were cut stone pieces.
Yeah.
Not segmented.
No, they're segmented. Yeah, at the main openings,
Is there?
main entrances to this house. We do have some existing pictures in that.
There.
You can see the image number
Number
8 there on Liz's drawings, but we also have it in ours as well.
Number 8, yeah, he's getting there.
It's really hard to see. You probably want to go to the architectural drawings, but that entrance there, you can see there is an archway, and there's scroll. Yeah, here we go. Yep, there you go.
Right, upper right corner there, maybe. Yeah, I mean, sort of segmented pieces.
Yeah.
Different. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Tip, please.
No questions.
Robert, please.
No questions.
Have you guys been listening to our meeting today, please?
I just flew in from a long flight, so I missed all the meeting until I just called in, so I didn't get a chance to listen in.
This is Liz. I've been on for about an hour.
If I were to say that to be consistent with our approvals, about no more than 5 tree lights, maybe even 4, would you be able to live with that here, please?
For the tree lights, I believe we're just trying to facilitate easy access through the garden. So I don't think that would be a situation. I understand the request.
You could actually, if that's the purpose, you could actually eliminate 100% and put in path lights. Is that correct or not, please?
I believe we could. I will need to check with the designer and the client to make sure that is approved, but I will definitely pass on the request.
Okay, public comments. Item number 9, 743 San Ysidro Road. Is there anybody that would like to address the board, please?
No, we do have.
We're on for prelim. Let's go quickly through everybody. Claire, comments or none? Comments.
Comments are that I think that the amount of downlighting needs to be restudied.
And everything else okay then?
It looks like everything else.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, fewer or no tree lights as you suggested, and I am kind of on the fence. I'll leave the other board members to vote on it with the coining and that stone material looks different to me than the main house. So, but I'm okay if everybody else is okay with it. I would propose not to have it, but I'll leave that to maybe others. Thanks.
No comments.
Robert?
No comments.
Yeah, I'm in the camp of either very few or no tree lights. And I fully believe in what Bill's saying. I don't I think you're about the coining around that door or doors. You are not, you're adding a new element.
Mhm.
I think that this project has got a lot of elements on it. I don't think it's doing you any, great good, and I think it's gonna cost a lot of money. So, I just don't see why you need to have it. Do you need
Yeah.
to put that there?
I mean, I honestly, John, we added it because there was a comment last go around about adding more detail. So I'm happy to take it out. I don't think our client is particularly married to the idea, so I would be happy to remove it if it would mean you
How
guys.
thick are your exterior walls on those little buildings, please?
What the thickness?
Yeah, wall thickness.
They'll just be 6-inch studs probably.
Well, for my money, I'd love to see on the window walls 2x8s and set those windows way back in. To me, that would be a much better use of your money and
Right.
and simplify the building. So you may want to consider that. Do you think that that's a good idea? Yeah, so,
Yeah, I'd be happy to consider that.
okay, so, any further comments? We are on for preliminary. Oh, and I wanted to say one other thing. When this thing first came through, I was so concerned about the amount of lawn over there. I just felt that it was lacked imagination. It was using a lot of water and it didn't do anything. And how you have solved this problem over near the pool and areas like that, I want to compliment you very much for that. I think you really have got a better project here because of that.
Great, thank you.
Great,
So,
thank you.
Just to make it simple, I will move for preliminary approval as submitted with the applicant to either completely eliminate or significantly, drastically eliminate the number of tree lights and to restudy the window wall elevations to see if you can get a 2x8 stud on those.
And then you want us to remove the coining?
Yeah.
Okay,
trade
okay.
those two. I think that's a good trade for the whole, everybody.
Yep,
A
agreed.
second for that, please. I'll second that. Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
And have them return to the final.
On consent, yeah, by all means. Have you guys waited long enough? When I saw you walk in, I said, holy cow, come on, get up here. Okay, so this is Lingate. It's been before us. There was some,
For years.
yeah, then it went to planning commission. It came back and you're looking for the kitchen only, right? But it's already been approved. The ADU's been approved, right? Well, it's not in our purview.
It's not in your purview. We got approval on our modification that allows for the pool and some setbacks.
Okay, there is a memo, as is correct here. The proposed project was approved on May 19th by the Director of Planning and Development via a waived hearing process, and no appeals were received. So it's late.
Yeah, we'll go through this quickly. I'm Leela. I'm a project manager at Anacap Architecture. I think everyone knows Dan Weber, the principal at our firm. Kristen just had her baby, so
Oh.
she's on maternity leave. So I'm stepping in.
Congratulations to her from
Thank
everybody.
you. I'll let her know. We're very excited for her. This is our 4th time presenting. So we've had minimal changes since the last package you have seen, and we are continuing to develop our drawings for BNS submittal. Since the last presentation, we have attained our planning commission modification approval. This allows for a front setback reduction with the goal of adding a small pool, accessory dwelling unit over the existing garage and an outdoor kitchen. We can do a quick flip through. If we start with A001B, our project data sheet, this is just to highlight a reduction of our FIR. We went from 129 to 128%. Due to decreased square footage in the ADU. On A051B, this is our site plan. This is the only change to note on our site plan is that we This is a corner lot. We have a southern neighbor and a western neighbor. So we have relocated the pool equipment from this southeast corner up to the northwest corner. This is a unroofed enclosure. These types of enclosures may be located in a front setback if less than 120 square feet, less than 6 feet high, and it is adequately screened from the street. This enclosure would be in compliance, and its location is non-disruptive to the western neighbor, as it would be located in proximity to non-habitable portions of their lot. To the west, it's just a long driveway with a garage to the south. Their residence is over to the west. If we go into the sheet A052B, this is just an enlarged site plan showing the modification. If we move on to A201B, these are elevations of the existing garage and ADU. I can get there. And I just want to highlight the south elevation. It's the bottom right. This is where we made some improvements on this elevation. We have been working with the neighbors that have spoken up, and the neighbor to our south wanted this elevation to have more adornment and character. They see this through their home and their site. So we added a window that was centered on the gable and then a little Juliet balcony. And
We're
then
not permitted to discuss this, please.
Oh, okay.
Next.
The other thing that was taken from this is the pool enclosure. There was a structure in front and we have removed that. And then the last thing to review is X012. We did get approval from from Montecito Fire. And we have made some adjustments that they've requested. I'll wait till you get here. It should be, keep going. It's in the X. Go up, sorry, that last sheet, one more right here. Yeah. So this is what we have now stamped and approved by the Assistant Fire Marshal. He has made requests to increase Monte Vista Street, which is currently 15.5 feet wide. We are making that a full 16 feet. And then we are giving them a bigger turning radius so they can turn their truck from Lingate down to Monte Vista. So we are making those adjustments. And that is it.
Anything?
Nothing to add. Great job.
Questions, Robert? I don't think you saw this. We've seen this very much.
I have no questions. I haven't seen it, but
Bill, questions?
So you're saying it's okay to have the equipment there. You're out of the side setback with the pool equipment,
We are,
but you're in the front.
yes,
Right.
which we looked up the coastal zoning ordinance and it's cited in my notes. It's Article 2, Section 35-125. And it allows you, as long as it's 120 square feet or less and 6 feet, less than 6 feet in height, and is adequately screened from the street.
And it's no roof on it, but it's
There's no
a
roof.
CMU wall surrounding it.
Yeah.
And what's the distance between that and the edge of the road there? Is it, what do you have then? It's like about 12, 18 inches.
It's like a couple feet.
Couple feet. Are you able to landscape that vine up? Is there hedging going on there?
Yeah. We could
Yeah,
look at
that, so the kind of shaded gray, the lighter gray shade around the perimeter is an existing hedge. It's a huge existing, super dense, maybe 12-foot hedge. And the way that pool enclosure is drawn, it looks like it would carve into that depth of that existing hedge a bit.
Can you do that?
So I think to your point, we could afford to scoot that south just to make sure that hedge stays really dense. Obviously, we don't want to compromise that hedge. So
yeah,
so we can fine tune that.
Okay.
And the other note is thing you asked is the front yard setback. The front yard setback is way down there, just a couple feet north of where the trellis is, right in the middle of the property. The front setback is so far away from the street that
oh, it's that right there.
Yeah, that's the front yard.
Yeah.
That's why we're seeking the
Yeah.
mod, because we have that on both Wingate and Monte Vista.
Yeah. And then last question / comment, did you think about how the smoke of that barbecue is gonna come up into the unit, maybe above, I don't know, there's a door. That might want to shift, just a thought. Smoke from the barbecue. that's
Yeah.
all.
Great point.
Yeah.
We'll take that into consideration.
That was it, thank you.
Chip, questions, please?
No questions.
Clear?
You said something about the fire department changing, and was that the width of the driveway that you were speaking to?
The street.
The
Mon-
pardon?
It's the street. Monte Vista is the street running north to south, and then Lingate is east to west.
Yeah, so if you can barely see it, but see the red fire truck on Monte Vista
It's
down there at the
it's
bottom?
actually-
Yeah, we widened that street about a foot on the left side, hand side of that street. We just added a little strip of asphalt to it. Yeah, right along there.
Oh, got it. Okay, fine. I'm just always curious about what the fire department's out there doing, and changing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was tough. We had to arm wrestle with them for quite a while. They're really nice about it though, and we landed with this reduced radius. So it was a good compromise.
They seem to kind of make up these things as they go along, and then we don't really know what,
Yeah.
what's going on. How did that happen? What happened?
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 10, 1515 Lingate Lane, please? No?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, so the only thing that I have heard is that enclosure moving. Is that it, or do people have other comments? Anybody? Tip? Shall we express this thing through? Who wants to make the motion, please? Let's make sure we get that enclosure moving into the motion.
I'll make a motion to give it grant it final approval with the condition that they move the pool equipment that's in northwest corner further to the south.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that the hedge can be maintained.
That's a motion.
I would just maybe say in order to maintain a minimum 3-foot deep hedge or 3 to 4 foot deep hedge.
Let's get as much as we can.
Yeah, I don't know what the width of that is right there, so. Could you get 5? I don't know if that's unrealistic. It looks like you got it there anyway. I don't know how wide that hedge is, so 4, we'll compromise. Okay,
Deal.
move it to the south 4 feet.
Is there a second, please? Second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. So our congratulations.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
We'll text Kristen. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion for adjournment? Is there anything else before adjournment?
But just a reminder, don't come here next time.
Yes, next time we're at the fire station.
I move to adjourn today's meeting, July 27th.
Is there a second, please? All those in favor? Aye.